Oh my god, I feel like shit.
On Twitch, Stream Elements says, PlayCompile is now live. Streaming software and game development, iDLE, iDLE Business Management Simulator minigame, Unity.
Okay.
Welcome to the
I am not
PlayCompile
well.
live stream.
I am not well. I have my gout's back with a vengeance. So you'll have to excuse me if I have to keep disappearing. We're just gonna take our time. Go slow. We'll be fine. Hello, Mutant Defense
Mutant
TV.
Defense TV says, hello.
Hello. So, playing Zenless Zone Zero, the new Swebian temple thing, is really inspired me. I really like what they've done with it. So every time I find something that I think is really, really cool like that, I always want to see if I can recreate it. So I guess I should probably show what it is. Let's show what it is first for anyone who hasn't seen it. And then you can see sort of what I'm aiming to do here. But yeah, I'm making pretty good progress with this. But I'm kind of diverging a little bit as well and making it my own. If you're going to copy the best. Yeah, I wasn't sure about this first because I'm not really a big business sim, you know, like idle management type thing fan. But this one's been done really, really well, actually. It's very, very good. But also sometimes I just want to see if I can pull things off. And especially with all the new server work I've been doing. I was like, okay, we should be able to do timestamps and then like automatically figure out the rest. So, oh, my gamepad's all the way over there.
I've set the stream title to Zenless Zone Zero.
No,
Let's go, and updated the stream.
Zero. I mean, we are, but we're not. Oh my god, let me see if I can get one to draw. Oh. No. See, I thwarted by my own programs. That's my fault. I've only got myself to blame. I only have myself to blame. Don't, that makes me sad. Ellie was
Mutant
such a good
Defense
character.
TV says, lol.
Ellie was such a good character, but the Ellie in the TV shows, it's not my Ellie. It's not the real Ellie. I don't know, I can't imagine her being funny, like, you know, the Ellie jokes. I only have myself to blame. It just doesn't work, does it? It's not the same character. Okay, so this is the little business simulator right here. So what they've done in the game is this temple that you sort of hang around in and where you're staying at, it hasn't been upkept in like 12 years. So the whole little gameplay loop is you're manufacturing products, gathering resources, manufacturing products and selling products. And it's like, you know, time-based idle simulator type thing. And as you're leveling up, you're restoring the temple. I'm not sure how mine's going to fit in with my main gameplay loop yet. But it'll probably contribute towards like the kinds of battles you can do and stuff like that in some way. I'll figure it out. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But yeah, so I'll give you a quick overview. So we have like discovery, craft and sell. So I don't think I can discover anything right now because yeah, it tells you here I need to complete adventure research 2-3 in order to discover this one, which I'm probably still doing. Yeah. Wait, is that one not... I don't understand this interface though. My interface is going to make a lot more sense. What does that mean? Because it says early collection, so they must be doing it. Oh no, there you go. Remaining 6 hours and 55 minutes. So this will complete in 6 hours and 55 minutes, and you can watch it sort of count down. So the way it works is those little energy things, they're like battery levels. So each worker, which is a bangbu, has like an energy level, and then if they run out of battery before they complete a task, then you've got to stick another bot on. But that doesn't really happen that much unless you know, assign them pretty empty to begin with. So you can check their battery levels, you can check how many resources you've gathered, how long is it going to take to complete. And obviously the idea is, for the most part, you set it and forget it right at the end of the loop. But it's a good it's good for like a live service model because it gives you a reason to log in every day, and it's that FOMO thing, right? And it's like, okay, well, you need to log in and do your, do all your assignments. I know a lot of people hate these, but this one's actually quite good. I think what makes this so good is it ties in with the rest of the game really well. So you'll get like a little quest to go into this hollow and kill enemies, so you can then get the new materials to then like upgrade that part. So it fits quite nicely in with the main world. But yeah, that's basically it. What's all this? Money? You haven't got any more than money for me. I'm trying to get her engine actually. Oh, I've got a pull there. But I'm 30 away, so I probably won't get it. But I've got to try. Yeah, not happening. Alright, how long's left on this? 11 days. 29 away. I could do it. I could do it. Yeah, my energy's not full. Okay, so yeah, it's kind of hard to show until you like have to refresh it, right? Because but you can check the progress on it. You can buy new materials. You craft materials. So the idea is you discover material. Then with the materials you discover, you craft items. There's a hot item. These are the hot items that give you 20% boosts. So I've managed to do 2 hot items there to get the extra boost and the extra money. And then these sales bots, this part I think is quite good. So you can assign little robots to sell items, and even if you don't have the items to sell, if you stick somebody on crafting of that item, then the seller bots will automatically sell those items when they finish crafting. So you can see each iteration of crafting happening here. They got +1 gold shirt. So when we go over, I think it takes longer to sell them than it does to craft them. So that's why, yeah, that's why I'm good for like 1 day, 8 hours, 2 days. When I started this last night, I just started crafting them, and they had about 6 minutes of time remaining before they were going to run out of stock. But because the stock's coming in quicker than they can sell it, they now have a lot of stock to sell. So I think this is pretty cool. I think it's a pretty cool little system that they've got going on. So I've got a lot of this down already. So I'm just kind of working on the interface. So let's close that. So mine's sort of, my whole game is internet based. It's all about fighting online discourse. It's about healing the internet of toxic positivity. So mine is called Server Farm. I'm going to put little modem lights on here, and each modem light is going to represent a task slot. So as a worker completes a task through the gameplay loop, the little modem light for that task will flicker on the modem, so that when you're in this page, you can sort of see all your little workers at a glance. Not really, but that's what those little modem lights are going to represent. So each time a worker completes a block, the little modem light for that block will flicker on the modem. So not only will it look cool like a modem, but it'll actually mean something as well, which I think is pretty cool. So here we've got a button that will give you this page, which is like an overview. We've got staff, we've got stock. I need to add an inbox because let's have a look. Big bot needs to get stuffed behind those buttons. There we go. I'll move it over this way a little bit. I need room for a button here. I'm probably gonna have to make it smaller actually. I might use her for the tutorial though, when you have these obnoxious tutorials. I think she'll probably show up for the tutorial where she's like, okay, let's introduce you to the system, and she'll be like, click here, and sort of teach you the gameplay loop. But we'll just stick her over here for now. So I want another button that represents inbox. I guess I can take this sized button over here, so we've got some consistency. Which button is that one? That would be the home button. We've got some unnamed layers here. Okay, that's actually the home icon. So let's label it. What's this one? Okay, there it is. That's the home button. So button home. So we want to duplicate this layer here so that we can make an inbox. I'll put the inbox here, I think. Okay, so I guess I need a little email icon now for the inbox. So let's see if we can get one of those. So in email icon. Okay, let's see, what do we want? Well, email icon. This one's pretty cool. Yeah, this one's pretty good. And I'm gonna have a little notification that shows you when that one's pretty good as well. Yeah, we've got a few here. I quite like the yellow one actually. Let's go with the yellow one. Obviously we can make it whatever color we want. Okay, let's go with the yellow one. So I'm just gonna tidy that up. Give it an invisible background. Yeah, I don't think it works, that exact color works with the button. Let's first of all we need to make it a little bit smaller. Give it a little outline. Might be okay with an outline. Actually, I might want to put, I don't know, I don't think I need the word inbox on there. I think everybody knows what that means. What do I want? Stroke. At 1. Actually looks worse with the stroke, I think. Yeah, actually looks worse with the stroke. Okay, in that case let's try changing the color of it and see if we can make it stand out more. Yeah, the red one does stand out pretty good actually. The purple's quite nice, that fits in with my theme a bit more. Yeah, I like that. We could change it red when you get a message actually. That could be quite good. Yeah, I might change it red when you've got a message, and then I'm also going to need like a little alarm bell or whatever that shows you when you've got a new email. I don't know, what I might do is I might push these button titles down, because if I put some of these button titles, I wasn't sure whether to do that or not. I could just, ooh, not that one. It's that one and that one, and just like do that, and I could have inbox or mail or something. Let's make these a bit smaller. Let's go with 12 or something. Yeah, I need some room here as well for like a business overview that tells you what your workers are doing, how much money you've got, stuff like that. Just a quick overview. I don't know, does it look better with the text underneath? Actually, it does look better with the, now that I've made the text smaller. I do like consistency, so I wonder if I should put the word in. I don't think you need the word inbox there. I think it's pretty obvious what that is. All right, we'll go with that. I just realized something, because I know that Unity will. Let me see if I've been missing something this whole time, because what I normally do when I'm doing stuff like this is I'll isolate all the separate layers and then bring them into Unity separately. But I know that Unity supports Photoshop files, so I'm wondering why would they, surely if they support Photoshop files, do they create objects automatically from the layers? I've never tested that. I'm going to test it now. Why is it taking me so long to even think of that? I don't know. You just do things the way you do things, don't you? We'll just drag it in here for now, I guess. That would have gone into project resources. iDLE alliance.psd. Let me see what happens. Well, no, because it's only going to treat it as an image though, right? So an image can't have layers anywhere. But I'm curious now. Okay, let me go get my canvas a second. Maybe there's a way to get it to automatically separate those layers out. That would save me so much time if it does. I've never actually tested it. I learn things all the time. I've used Unity for over 12 years, and like, let me show you my little worker thing, right? You can update the inspector outside of runtime by using onValidate. I never even realized. I only learned that yesterday. And I'm like, I've been using Unity for 12 years and I've only just learned how to do this. Shameful. So funny. It's because I don't read, like, basics. I just kind of taught myself. But that's bad in some cases. Right, okay, so we're going to need an alliance overlay. Let's just make a new game object for it then. I've actually ended up calling it server farm. Okay, let's call it server farm then. And that makes more sense. So let's see, what are my options here? I could try dragging the Photoshop onto the game object. Where is it? What did I call it? Alliance, I think it's called. Because that's what I was originally going to call it, but then I realized, well, Alliance is normally like a guild or something, you know, it's normally like... Okay, so I can't drag it onto the game object. So what happens if I add a raw image? And then, will it just load it like a PNG? Yeah. Yeah, so what's the point then? That's kind of weird. What's the point in supporting Photoshop files if it's just going to keep it as one flat file anyway? Yeah, that does seem a little odd. And it looks kind of shit. Is it me or does it look kind of shit? No, I think it looks fine. Okay, so it doesn't support automatically separating the layers out. So I'm not going to save any time there, sadly. We can... Yeah, I guess we can put that there though so we can sort of see where things are supposed to line up. I like to do that. So I probably want to put it about there. Yeah, hang on a sec. Why does it look like that? It's because it stretches things sometimes. I don't really know why. Like 1:1:1, that is not the correct aspect ratio for this at all. There's something weird that happens to Unity canvases sometimes where it just goes... It just messes the aspect ratio up. I don't know why it does that, but it drives me nuts. The top of those antennas should look like they're right at the top of the screen. Ignore that line there, that won't be there when we're done. Yeah, I think that's fine. I'll make it a little bit smaller. I have a habit of making things too big. I think that's one of my... Where the hell did... Wait, what am I looking at? Why is game like that? What did I do? What did I do? Oh, I just went to maximize, didn't I? Yeah, that's normal. Okay. I'm just losing the plot. I'm not well. So I've lost the plot. Quite literally. Alright, so we'll shrink it down a little bit because... Yeah. I'm shrinking it down a little bit more. Like I said, I do tend to make things a little too big. What is happening? Yeah, I think that'll be fine. I can set my little modem lights up. what I'll do is I'll just make it like transparent, because this is just going to be like a layout guide for me. So yeah, I guess the next step, this is the bit I hate. Now I need to start separating all these layers out. Yeah, it kind of sucks. There's no quicker way to do this, is there? There really isn't. Yeah, it kind of sucks. Okay, let's get it done. So we turn all these off. So we need the background. I guess we can keep the logo with the background. We can keep the logo as part of the background. The buttons need to be off though, because they're interactables. Okay. Not sure about BigBot. BigBot should be a separate layer so we can turn her on and off and animate her and stuff. And then button staff, button stock, image stock, staff. I want to keep modem. I want to keep server farm. Where the hell is that stock image? Image stock. That should be with the buttons. Should be down here somewhere. There we go. Oh. I've also got the word stock. Wait, where am I? Button. Image stock, button stock, stock. Image stock, button staff. Where the hell is the staff text? And what are these? They're not labeled. Okay, right. So we'll grab that data there and save that as a background. What I'll do then, since I've got so many layers to work with, I'm going to make a folder for all of this. I got my little worker bots as well that I got AI to generate. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is just make a little folder for all of this to go into. Because I do tend to stuff everything in the same stuff. So we'll call it server farm. We'll drag the template into there, and then we can put everything here. Yeah?
How are you?
Like shit. Oh, I'm not gonna be Anna.
What the same?
Yeah, I'm the same on this. It takes days, man. Yeah. Oh God. It's the meds I'm on. Actually, I need to go to the toilet right now. Oh, I think she just went in the toilet. Why did you go in the toilet right now? Ugh. Oh, you just got in there. Did you just go in? Yeah. Alright, let me know when you're done. Oh, it's alright. I just need to use it. Edit. Right, sorry about that. I've got a gout attack, and the tablets that I have to take that clears it out. Oh god, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. It destroys your guts. Completely obliterates them. I guess that's how it works, probably. I don't know, it's really weird. Right, anyway, let's not talk about that. Why is that showing when it's not there anymore? Am I in project resources? Yeah, I fall for that all the time. Okay, so Unity projects, iDLE, assets, UI. I'll tell you what else as well. Here's what we're gonna do. I don't know if that'll trick it or not. Server farm. I hate that we have to do that 1,000 times because it's like time consuming. Let's call this window, I guess. If I save the PSD over the top of the one in the project, I'm hoping it will default to that folder so that I don't have to hunt it down every single time. This is the real reason why my UI folders are always so unorganized. The real reason my UI folders are always so unorganized is because Photoshop will not fucking remember where you were working. And so you have to like do this 6,000 times. So the deeper the folder is, the more double clicks you've got to do to get back into it every single time. And so this is why I kind of try to keep everything as high up in the hierarchy as possible. Okay, so we'll turn those two off. So now we can turn the modem off. Okay, so we can start by bringing that one in. And for some reason it's back to looking like shit. That's why I like to have this little layout there just to guide me. Like, how is that the default aspect ratio? It just doesn't make any sense. I'm honestly gonna, I think I'm at the end of my tether with Unity. I think I'm gonna be leaving Unity soon. I think this will be my last game in Unity. I feel like I spend more time battling Unity than I do just like doing what I want to do in it. Stuff like this, it's so stupid. Alright, so image window. So next up, let's just go through one at a time. What's this one? Server farm, we've already got that one. Staff, image staff, button staff. That's stock. Button staff. There we go. There's our staff button. So let's grab that one. The problem is when I control an N and new that out, I did remember. Oh, thank God it remembered which. Okay, I thought that would work. I'm starting to learn how you can get it to do what you want. Yeah, if you save a Photoshop file in the folder you're working in, you can get it to go there instead. But like, that's not normally how I work. But it's sometimes it's worth it, especially when you've got a lot of layers like this. So this would be button staff. Like I say, we're just going to take our time today. I am not well, so there's no rush. There's never a rush anyway. The thing that always drives me crazy when I see these things on YouTube or wherever that are like promising, you know, write this code super fast, make this thing super fast. It's like, why do you want to make it fast? Don't you want to make it good? Icon mail. Oh, whoa. Yeah, I never, like, speed is like so overrated. Like, why would you want to make it fast if you could just make it good? I'd rather have one good thing than 100 shit things that you made quickly. Like, I never understood like people's obsession with doing things fast. It's just strange. Well, let me label these layers. That one is the Okay, these ones are the icons for the various things. Which one is it at the bottom? Distribute. Yes. So that wants to be with the distribute stuff. This one is develop. Yep. That wants to be with the develop stuff. This one is acquisition. So icon, acquisition. But yeah, I guess in the content creator world and the, you know, creator space, things do kind of need to be fast, right? Because people have short attention spans. And I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't necessarily want to watch somebody make a game or whatever from scratch because I know how long and tedious it can be. So watching somebody else make one. I'm just hoping one day what can happen is there'll be some amazing AI. I do think this will happen. Here's why I do. Here's another reason why I do this. I do believe that in the future there'll be some like solution, even if I have to do it myself. I think some of these videos, these live streams that I do where I'm making stuff, if they were edited down, they'd be so good. Because but it's not like, you know, in a 7-hour stream of making something, it's not all gold, right? There's a lot of just general crap in there. But if an AI could scan through 7 hours of me making something, and then you can say, okay, pick out all the exciting parts from this video, from this live stream, and then maybe a little box where you can say, okay, how long do you want to refine it down to? Say, I don't know, pick the best hour, right? So you're gonna chop 6/7 out of it, and you're gonna keep 1/7 of it, and that's gonna be the best 1/7 of the whole thing. And then I think if AI was good at doing that, then it could be pretty cool. But it's weird, right? Because like that also kind of like, I feel like that also, what's the word? It goes against the point in the first place. Do you know what I mean? It's like the whole point is to show the process and show you how we get from A to B to C to D. And if you're chopping that up, then you can no longer see how you go from A to B to C to D.
Pika QuickTime 787 says, hi.
Hello, Pika. Okay, what I should probably be doing, because this is a copy of a copy of a copy anywhere. Everything that we've exported out so far, because it's going to get hard to manage otherwise. Everything that's exported out so far, we're going to delete that layer just so we can keep track of it. Did I do the staff button? Yes, the staff button is exactly what we have. There's our staff button. Right, at the moment we'd have to hide windows so you can see where things are going. Oh, because I say... Oh, that's not going to work. I need to save this as a different version then.
For Global TOF, the Lechasis trailer is now out with a version release date of August 28th, so be ready.
What? 28th. I've been ready for ages. I've been ready for a while. I didn't save over the top of the PSD though. I didn't think I did. Okay, so what I need to do now, this is super awkward. I need to go and get my original version from Project Resources of Alliance in iDLE. There it is. And I need to overwrite the project version that we're looking at in the editor right now, because I've lost my guide. So Unity projects, iDLE, UI, assets, UI server farm alliance replace. Now we should get our guide back. There we go. No! Okay, there we go. Alright, like I say, we're just going to take it slow. I'm just going to take it nice and slow.
You can have a full flame team once she's releases too.
Could have a full flame team now if I want. Let's see, I've got Paintbrush Girl, she's flame. I've got Carrot, she's flame. I got loads of flame characters. I don't really play the game though, do I? In the way that other people do. So I don't really care what element I am most of the time. Okay, so we've got button staff. Now we need button stock. So if we go back to our delete me, we can get rid of where we need button stock. Staff is done. Staff is done. One of those is named incorrectly. No! I renamed it wrong. I lost my stock image. Wait, what is happening? The word stock's supposed to be there though. What is happening? What is happening? That is not image stock, that is image staff. Ah! Step backwards. Step backwards. Step backwards. Step backwards.
Would you like to see her global trailer? Cappy in the trailer
No.
makes her a creepy doctor too.
Nope. Not the time. I've got her on China. I don't need to see a trailer. I could play her right now if I wanted to, but I just don't want to. I'm working. I've been playing it. I played her 3 weeks ago or whatever when I got her on China. You were there, weren't you? Right. Some of these aren't named correctly. Image stock. What is going on? I turn on image stock and it doesn't even, nothing even shows up. What the hell is going on? I feel like this has completely destroyed my entire project. Let me just close this. What the fuck is happening? Right, I need to load the original. I don't know what the hell is going on. I could load that one. Okay, we'll go from this one. This one's still intact. But we'll save it as delete me.
Yesterday BPS our global CBT has now started
stock,
too.
image stock. I don't know what the hell happened there. Frickin' Photoshop's shit. Right, server farm, we can delete that. That went out. Modem, we can delete that. That went out. Button staff went out, so we can get rid of staff. Button staff went out. What is this? Icon mail. What is this? Button mail. The problem is I'm renaming these layers on the delete me version, so they won't stick to the other one, but whatever. I hate this part. This part is fucking awful. That's why I was really hoping that like Photoshop, like Unity could like find the layers for me and then separate them itself, but it doesn't support that. So we got to do it manually. What a pain in the ass. Right, where's image staff? I don't even see it. I've got two image stocks, that's why. Okay, image, that one's image staff. I named it wrong. Right, gradient went out, we can get rid of that. That went out, we can get rid of that. Okay, now we're down to the elements that are left to export. Actually, a lot of this is good because we could separate these layers now. Like, we could actually just grab these by rect transform.
For CNTOF, the next characters have been revealed with a possible version 5.3.5 coming too.
Wow. 3.8.5, I can't wait. 3.8.5. All I do is think about 3.8.5. It's the most exciting set of numbers I've ever heard of. It's still all mech stuff though, it's shit. I can't be arsed with that. Where is the bot? She should be called Big Bot. There she is, not Big Bot. Big Bot. She has got a big butt though. Not in a bad way. I'm just saying. Right, let's get stock. Oh, my fucking stomach's playing up again. This is fucking horrendous. Okay, it's fine. Oh my god, it's so bad. Okay. So this one is button stock.
Is this one of your new projects, Cappy, and you could call it Mech Idol Girls?
It's just a mini game and it's the same project. It's still iDLE. I'm just making. There's going to be lots of playable mods, and iDLE is going to be one of them. So it's the same project. But yeah, it's a new playable mod. A new playable mod. Okay, so we can get rid of stock. We can get rid of image stock. We can get rid of button stock. Nice. We're getting somewhere now. So button inbox. Use that as a template for now. So you're all excited for the update, are you? I thought you'd quit Tower Fantasy forever, but you seem quite back into it now. Are you liking the mech stuff? Right, home button. We need the home button. Button home. I forgot to make all the second versions of everything for Ross, so it can be offline and playable forever for free. Shit, he's gonna be so mad at me because it's so easy. Like, I should just stop being a lazy bastard and just give him everything for free. Like, I'm just being selfish. Right. We'll get our little bot girl out here. Big bot. Big bot. I like big bots and I cannot lie. Actually, we won't do that because I can get a higher res version of her. So we'll get rid of her. Let's go to the high res version of her. There she is. So you're not answering any of my questions, or you've gone already. Which is why I don't understand why you always chastise me. Oh, there you are.
Well, I'm only playing Global TOF to try out this new nurse and maybe even get her 2+ Fiona. Lan and Carrot are like a super combat team since they were powerful enough to get to the Boundless Realm floor 20.
Right, you see what's happened. You see what's happened. I learned this trick when I was doing Paimon Rodba. You want to get rid of the dirt that's getting in your way. She's a dirty little bot. Filthy little bot. Fade into you. Strange you never knew. There we go. Now she's nice and tight. That's exactly how I like my bots. Like tight bots. Why are we in this folder now? No, no, you were doing so good, Photoshop. Why? Which one of these is my project folder? None of them. This is my save folder right here. Let's copy this path. Can't be bothered hunting for it. There we go. I think I'm going to use her for the tutorial. I'll keep her called Big Bot, I guess. It's kind of funny. Okay.
Next week in the gacha space might have tons to do since up to 4 gachas are updating next week and those are WoW, Snowbreak, TOF and I forget what the last one was called.
I feel like I subscribed to a TTS RSS feed or something.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke?
Gacha feed.
Why do seagulls fly over the sea? If they flew over the bay, they would be bagels.
That is racist. Sorry if you're Jewish. I like bagels. I could have been Jewish. Because that's all you need to be Jewish, is just to enjoy bagels. Don't need religion or anything. You just need a love for bagels. If that was true, I would have been Jewish a long time ago. Right, we can put it wherever we want. We can slide her in, slide her out. I'll just leave her, I don't know.
Piker QuickTime 787 has requested one of my fun facts.
I'll put it there for now.
Whenever Charles Dickens was away from home, He would always realign the bed he was sleeping in to face northwards, as he felt that this fostered and unlocked his creativity.
So we got button home, we've got the background, I just turned it off, we've got big bot, we've got button mail, button staff, button stock. Now we just need the buttons down the left, I think, and then I think we've got everything for the first page. Also, yeah. Okay, that's nice. So now we can just grab each button by its rect. Grab it by its rectum. I don't know, these buttons look a little bit flat. I don't know whether wasn't sure whether I was going to add a bit more detail to them. I'm not in love with these buttons, but also these buttons I'm probably going to want like hover states and not hover states. I don't know. It looks okay, I guess. I don't know, it looks a bit like 1990s web though, you know. Yeah, it does a bit. Let's see if we can make them better. They're very flat looking. Very flat. I'm also not massively in love with that font, if I'm being honest. It almost looks like Comic Sans, but it's not. But I could forgive you for thinking it was. We all know the hatred for Comic Sans. What about Poetson at like 18? Oh, it's very thick though, isn't it? Ooh. I swear that I should have like 1,000 fonts at this point, but whenever I look in Photoshop,
good morning.
Fonts, good morning, Kantia. I feel like I should have 1,000 fonts.
QuickTime 787 says, some in the gaming community are saying that the new gacha coming is taking more of an art style from Genshin than WoW.
I've always liked Tahoma. Tahoma's a really nice font. I've always been a fan of Tahoma. Tahoma Bold's nice as well, actually. Because this is supposed to be like a corporate business simulator as well. Tahoma's a great business font. But it's also a video game, you know. Like, we are allowed to have fun. I'll allow it this once. I don't know. I'm in one of those weird moods where I can't quite settle on anything. As boring as it is, I kind of like the Ubuntu Mono. No. It's boring, no. But it does the job, you know. Gets the job done. Do we need... Let's have a look at some new fonts. I can't... I need more fonts. Da Font. Das Font. Das Font. Simply the best, is it? I don't want a fucking font named after Tina Turner. I feel like I need this alongside my design so that I can sort of picture it. I'm not Arabic. I don't know, like I've always struggled with fonts. Like I always struggle to find the right font. I quite like Super Duty actually. Let's try Super Duty. Where do I download it?
Canthea says, just make sure it's legible, some front hard to read.
Oh, that's always a top priority for me. I don't struggle making them legible, I just struggle to make them look nice. To find the right font, you know. And I do believe there is a right font. Demo. Oh, that is quite nice. Oh, I do like that. Okay, we found our font. Probably a 20 though. We found our font. I just need to make... Wait, is it a bit heavy though? Can we have a non-heavy? Oh, that is non... No, I think I like that. I think I like that. Yeah, this one looks a bit too Comic Sans-y, I think.
Piker QuickTime 787 says, another stage has opened up for Genshin's newest event with the focus on bow characters and Dendro.
Oh my god, you're like the gacha news channel? Bloody hell. You even know what's going on in the games you don't play. It's strange. Do you just sit there and read gacha news all day? That's what it seems like. I imagine you sat there with your cup of coffee at the breakfast table with your big gacha broadsheet fucking stretching out across the kitchen and your pipe and your little cap. Oh, did you know Tower of Fantasy's getting rid of the... It's crazy to me. This little old man Pika with his little flat cap and his pipe and his big broadsheet of the gacha times. He's just waffling on about all the things, and no one in the family plays gacha games except him, so everyone's just like, yeah, why are you telling me this? I love it, it's great. Super Duty size 20. Yeah, I think this one looks way better. It is a little bit bulkier than I would like, but you know what, I don't want to be here all day. We've got lots more to do. Okay, and then these buttons look a little bit flat, so I want to give them some... Now we could just emboss them.
Want non-gacha news? Then fine, Cappy. Did you hear that Google Gemini is expanding to home devices with new ones coming later into the year?
I think we should emboss them, but I don't think that's enough. How deep is your button? How deep is your button? I really need to push it, 'cause we're living in a flat button world. Everything's flat, and I want some depth to my button. I think, let's go with 13. I think bevel and emboss at 13 is the way to go. You can't do multiples at once. Why not? It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. At least that makes it look less flat. How deep is your button? How deep's your button? I really need to push it. Oh shit, that's the wrong one. That one. There we go. Yeah, they still look like, colour-wise, they still look flat. Now the logos are way too big as well, but I always thought that. Let's shrink those logos, those icons. These are the icons. Which one's that one? That one's acquisition. Let's label them. Icon, acquisition. This one is develop. Icon, develop. This one is distributes. Icon distributes. Okay, let's put them where they belong. Icon acquisition belongs with acquisition. Well, text acquisition's up there, but button acquisition's all the way down there. Can we get these in order? This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. They're just all over the place. Button distribute, then text distribute, and then icon distribute. Where's icon distribute? There's icon distribute. Okay, there's distribute. Then we've got develop. Button develop, then we want text develop, and then we want icon develop. There we go. Button research, then we want text research, icon research, then we've got button acquisition, and just swap those around, and then we've got a sensible order to things. For some reason text doesn't want to go below button icon. No, there it is. Okay, brilliant. Now we need to grab the buttons. Oh, no,
everyone did everything in a rush before the age of technology, then everyone slowed down in the age of technology, and now they complain about people being too slow to complete the tasks until the technology started to speed up the tasks in life, and then everyone's speed was right back up to what it was before the age of technology.
It was never that fast in the old days. What are you talking about? You're imagining things. People rode around on horses, and the horses... The horses weren't that fast. It wasn't like Uma Musume. People weren't fucking galloping around like they were trying to win a race. Alright, people were taking just like off to a little steady gallop. I want to know what is a steady... Alright, I want to know what speed is a horse's... What speed in MPH is a horse's steady gallop? I thought so. 25 to 30 mile an hour was as fast as you were ever going to go, really. People weren't that fast, Pika. People weren't that fast. And if you think the cavemen were running around like a fucking blue-ass fly, you got another thing coming. They had enough problems fighting a fucking T-Rex on the way to work. I could distribute.
Canthea says, so like a bicycle.
I don't think you can go... You'd struggle to go that fast on a bike, I think. I reckon at a bicycle you're sort of coasting at around 15 to 20. What is average bicycle speed? Didn't I say 10 to 15 mile an hour? Even slower than I thought. Yeah, like racing cyclists can hit like... You know, close to probably 30, 20, 25 even. But that's fucking Tour de France. You're in a race, you're going like the fucking clappers. No one's riding around like that. Yeah, we're looking at about 12 miles an hour on average. So a horse is probably twice as fast as a bike. Oh. I really need to know. I got the stupid song here now. Okay. Yeah, I think that looks good. Now it's still It's not as flat as it was, but they're very smooth looking. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I don't know. What do you think of those buttons? They still look a bit basic, don't they? I feel like they need some texture or something. They're missing something. There's something about them that's pissing me off. I can't quite put my finger on it. Right, let's start with this button. Wait, why is acquisition at the top? I give up. I don't know. Let's use button acquisition as our guinea pig. Our guinea button. Okay, what can we do with it? We could go for a simple gradient. Sometimes a gradient is all you need. Gradient's all you need. Oh my god, am I even going to stop? Gradient's all you need. All you need are gradients.
Piker Quick
Now
Time
it definitely looks like
787
1990s
says, sometimes in life people want you to leave the house in no more than 5 minutes after waking up, and if you don't leave the house in that time frame, then they'll leave without you.
All you need is gradients. Gradients all you need. I am hating this blend of colors. I think that's the problem. I don't think gradients is the way to go. I think textures is the way to go here. Alright, let's put it back to pre-gradient days. In the year 2025, we didn't have any gradients because they all looked ghastly and nasty. Alright, there we go. We're back to the... I mean, that looks better than the gradient, if I'm being honest. It's missing something, though. I can't put my finger quite on it. It's a texture is what it is. How do we get textures on here? Diffuse, emboss, extrude, find edges, solarize, tiles, trace. Textures. Is it distort? It's not distort. Noise. What is noise median? Not very noisy. Just in case it did do something, let's undo it. So you can add like just general... Holy crap. I didn't want it to look like a bag of hundreds and thousands.
It looks like it's missing text too in the square.
But now it just looks like bad compression artifacts. Yeah, that's not what we want. Okay, we need some kind of texture. It needs some kind of texture. Well, let's see. The theme... Oh, I like something like this. Yeah, the theme of our thing is it's like networking and internet. So I think I know what I want. I want hexagons... but kind of 3D like, I think. I'll know it when I see it.
Canthea says, Raid Shadow Legends have Ninja Turtles collab.
That is the weirdest thing ever. Turtles and Raid Shadow Legends. That is bizarre. In the year 2525. I can't get the 3D hexagons that I want. No, there it is. That's what I want. Okay, we can work with that. Shut up. I don't want to buy it. No, I want the image. I want the... No, the 3D image you showed me before. Show me the 3D. Oh, we can work with that. We can work with the floor one. This was the one. Shut up! Give me this image. Thank you. Okay, now take me back to Photoshop. Take me back to the days. Alright, so there's a way to bleed out. Bleed out! Don't bleed. Bleed, motherfucker, bleed! First of all, I think that needs to be inverted. And then I want the white out. That's what I want. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. How the fuck do you do that? Is it channels? Fuck, I can't remember how to do this now. Oh, there's a colour replace. I could probably just do it with Magic 1, could I? I don't think it'll... I mean... Oh, I turned into a cat. Yeah, that'll work. That's good enough. There you go, that's what I wanted. Alright, now we need to rotate it so that it lines up... No, not like that. The button, like 90 degrees. Ooh. No, actually, yeah, no, I think that'll work. Now we just gotta figure out which direction we want it to go in. Do we want the buttons, because they're on the left? I think pointing in does make sense actually. So the way they are there is probably quite good. So now what we do is we go to our button.
Piker QuickTime 787 says, it's funny when they want you to buy a texture since you can just save the image to computer, which makes it quite pointless to request money for it.
Yeah, but they normally put watermarks all over it. Also, what we could do is we could stretch the image. We could select all of the buttons so that the pattern continues across the buttons. I don't know though, because then it would have to be. See, that's quite cool. So what I'd essentially do is make that a dark pattern. Dark pattern. Oh, that looks quite cool. That looks way more interesting. And it has that kind of networky feel to it, you know? Yeah, I think I like that. It could be a bit more subtle. Yeah, I like that. I think that's pretty good. Try rotating it. Not really. There's not much room for it to rotate. It probably look better more off kilter anyway, because it has like it's just more interesting. I'll just put it back to what it was. I need to go back, step backwards. Ah! Okay, just don't apply. Don't apply. There we go. Yeah, now that does look good. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy, merge. I have to be careful here. I need to turn the rest of them off then. No, I don't. I can just get it by rectangle and then copy, merge that. And then make that our new button. And make sure the layers are the right way around. We could even be kind of clever and flip it that way, and have them like staggered. I think that's fine now. It's a little giraffe-y. It is a bit giraffe-y. See, now all I can see is giraffe. Giraffe simulator. Am I overthinking it? I might be overthinking it. That definitely looks more interesting. It does look a bit giraffe-y, but it looks better than it did.
Canthea says, you are.
I'm overthinking. I overthink everything. That's basically what I do. But yeah, sometimes like the overthinking is more of a hindrance than a help. All right, so if we grab everything there and move it, push it up, then we break everything. Great. Okay, let's undo that then. What went wrong? What went wrong indeed? Maybe instead then we drag these ones and move them down. Down. Okay, I know what it is. It's the original. We can replace the original backdrop now, that's why. So on the buttons, button, there we go. Anything marked as button, there we go. Yeah, I think that looks good. What do you reckon? I think it looks good. Giraffe simulator, it's great. No, I like it. I do. I think it looks way better. Alright, let's save them out. So we got Bhutan research. Bhutan acquisition. It's important to make UI look good though, especially in games. It really is. There's a woman who said recently, who's like an expert in UI, she's like an expert UI professional, and she said something recently where it was like the interface is the gameplay. Now that's, sometimes that's true. It's not always true. But sometimes that is true. It depends what sort of game it is. But yeah, games where the like this one, this little mini game, she's absolutely right. The interface, like the gameplay is interacting with the interface, right? So like if your interface is bad, then your gameplay is bad. It's as simple as that. Because that's what you do. Gameplay describes what do you do, and if all you do is interact with interfaces, then if those interfaces are bad, then the gameplay is bad. And I think a lot of people miss that. But she's absolutely right. Why has it got a border around that one? I don't know. I don't feel good about that. Why does that one have a gap at the top? Because I accidentally, oh okay, that's fine, I can fix that. I accidentally grabbed too much above it. So we'll push the selection down to avoid that. Yeah, there we go, that's correct. I'm a bit of a perfectionist sometimes. Distribute. Which is probably also why for the longest time I could never finish a fucking project. Sometimes things are never perfect. Okay. So the first one is button research. There it is. The good news is because I made sure they all saved correctly with the right frames around them, once I set one button up, I can just duplicate the rest and just change the images, and they should fit perfectly. So that's quite nice. Yeah. So now we need 3 more. Boom, boom, boom. And then we can just line those up. I probably still thinks I'm playing Zenless, doesn't it? My tags, my stream probably says I'm playing Zenless. Let me fix that. Yeah, it does.
Canthea says, it's this lol.
Yeah, bloody, because my thing changed it. Business simulator minigame. Uni. Actually, Kick's probably still the same. Yeah, let me just copy it from there. That's the good thing about her not working with Kick properly, because Kick's API sucks. Right, okay, there we go. YouTube's probably still says Zenless, but it's not easy to change YouTube's. You know, well, I guess it is, but it's just not worth it. It's really not. Okay, now we can change each one of those. Let's name them. Actually, I don't know what they are until I put the images in. Shit, that's a good point. What's that one supposed to be? Acquisition. So acquisition's next. Because these are in stages, right?
Canthea says, Raid Shadow Legends on Steam.
I wouldn't play that game if you paid me. This one is develop. And this one is distribute. What's happening? Sometimes my keyboard loses Bluetooth. Okay, there we go. So we've got our buttons in place. They're all named and labeled. We need to add button classes to all the buttons. Let's stick the buttons together, I guess. And we can put a button component on each of those, as long as direct transforms are set up correctly, which they should be.
Canthea says, can't be worse than Antera Restart. I've been playing it, it's a lot better.
Etheria Restart. Isn't that the one with the one that was the one that I got the freaking Team Lolly on, wasn't it? The one with the everything's like matchmaking and PvP. That's what I was trying to say. PvP.
Canthea says, fake casual guilds.
Well, you're saying you've been playing it and it's a lot better. Oh, you mean Raid Shadow Legends is a lot better? I was gonna say there's no way Etheria Restart's better. I don't believe you. For a minute there, I thought you were saying.
Canthea says, yes.
Yeah, for a minute I thought you were saying that Etheria Restart's a lot better now, and I was thinking,
Canthea
what?
says, I quit a long time ago.
What? Yeah, me too. That game was ass. MTash is still playing that. I saw him playing it the other day and I was like, what the fuck? Why are you playing? Then again, MTash is a bit weird. Okay, so now we can bring this image back in and we can get rid of the reference to it. Now I want to set up little modem lights. So that's looking pretty good now. Look at that. That's looking pretty good. Those buttons seem like they don't seem right. Those buttons were... something moved. Yeah, something definitely moved. That's fine. I can move things around, obviously. They should be sort of like off like that. There. That looks really good, actually. Okay, so we're going to have 4 slots in research, I think. We're going to have 4 slots in acquisition. We're going to have 4 slots in develop and 4 slots in distribute. So it's going to be very, very similar to Sweep. I'm basically copying Sweebian Temple, or however you pronounce it, in Zenless, because I really like that game. I really like the minigame. So you reach a certain level, and then you can research new materials. So you can send your little workers out to research. And then when they've completed, you can then farm those materials, which is going to be acquisition. And then once you've acquired the materials, you can start manufacturing products with those materials. And then once you have the products, you can sell those materials through distribute. And so this is all going to tie into the main game. So I think next up,
Canthea says, they did a good job with Ninja Turtles. It's the live-action Ninja Turtles movie, one with Shredder.
Shreddies. Oh. Well, I'm glad you're having fun. Count me out. I play too many gacha games as it is.
Canthea says, they pick the good APIRL.
I think it might be a good idea to create the server light, because we could give it a little bit of a glow. I'll see if I can set this server light up. Modem light, rather. I'll keep that because I might want that again. Okay, so for the modem light we can go with a little... Yeah, that's fine. That's way too big, to be honest, but it's... I like to start big and then go small from there. So we'll keep... Well, it's going to be against a black background, so what we'll do is we'll make our reference black background black for now. And then we want a light off state and a light on state. I think most modem lights are like green. So we can have our light off state. Like that. This is going to be way too big. Let's just shrink it down. It doesn't want to be anywhere near that big. 100 is more than enough. Okay. I should have... Okay, I kind of goofed up there. It's alright, we'll work with that. I should have really put that on a separate layer, but I suppose it's only a little light, so we should be fine. So I'm just going to call this modem light 0 for off. And then we'll just magic wand the green. And we want to make it the brightest green we can find.
Canthea says, better than Echo Apocalypse.
New layer via copy, so that we can add outer glow of green. Yeah, well, that wouldn't be hard, would it? But at this point, I kind of feel like it's a bit like, you know, saying Ted Bundy ain't so bad, not compared to Adolf Hitler. Okay, so we have our light off and our light on. So what we can do is we want these to be grouped. So basically, because you have 4 slots here, 4 slots here, 4 slots here, and 4 slots here, there are going to be 32 lights on the modem. Seems a bit much. I might only do 2 research slots, you know. It's still going to be 30 lights though, isn't it? Let's see how it feels. So basically, each task slot for each task type is going to have a light on the modem that represents that slot. And every time a work cycle has completed, the light on the modem will like flicker. So it's going to look cool because it's like server farm and the modem's flashing. But the flashing lights are actually going to be representing what's happening in the iDLE game, basically, which is pretty cool. Most people probably won't know that that's what's happening, but that doesn't matter. I know, and it's cool. So, okay, let's set up a container for these. So we want modem lights. We want a grid layout. And we want to add our first light. We want a fixed raw count of 1. And we may need up to 32 lights. Yeah, I think that's fine, and we're going to separate them into groups of 4 as well. Give them a bit of a space. So let's shrink it down a little bit more. There we go. So if we start like there. Turn the grid layout off. We need to take the first 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Wait, I think I've got too many lights though, haven't I? We've only got 4 task types. I miscalculated, didn't I? Yeah, it's only 16 lights I need. Oh wow, this has got way easier. There we go, we can stop there. How are we looking? Yeah, I think we're looking pretty good. Let's shrink that little bar of lights a little bit. It's probably a little bit too much. Because it's got this weird, I think that's supposed to be like light hitting the thing. But first of all, I don't know why it's blue, and secondly, I don't know why. It just doesn't look very good. I might go and edit that image. Because otherwise my lights get in the way and it kind of ruins the effect unless I stick them right over on the left, but I don't really like them over on the left, I want them in the middle. Yeah, I think this is supposed to give like a 3D look to the thing, but it's interfering with my lights. So let's go and edit the window image. So first of all, I'm just going to move it. I might also try to recolor it as well. So it looks less blue. So I think the blue looks kind of weird actually. Yeah, why the fuck is it blue? I'll make it, okay, what we'll do is we'll make it like pretty much white, but then we'll thingy it out like that to darken it a bit. Then there's still some blue left on that layer there, so let's clean that layer up. Why is that saying no? Because I'm not gonna. Yeah, I think that looks way better. Yeah. There we go. Now it doesn't interfere with my lights as well. It looks way better. Oh, nice.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke?
A joke! Go on then.
Can February March? No, but April May.
What? I don't even know what to say. Okay, right, so we have all our buttons set up with buttons. We have an inbox, a home button, a staff management button, a stock management button, research mode, acquisition mode, develop mode, distribute mode. There's a light on the modem that represents each slot for each mode that will flicker as each worker completes a cycle. which should look pretty cool. Let's actually name these so that I can easily access those. Fuck.
On YouTube, Great Leo says, yo,
Yo!
I'm
How's it
back.
going? Distribute 1. After a few months, welcome back, welcome back. How's it going? Distribute 2. What have you been up to? Distribute. I've been trying to get every illness under the sun, including COVID, gout. Yeah, I've still got gout now. I've really had a bad time over the last couple of months. It's not been good. Oh, we're still trucking along though. Right. Okay, so now each light is labelled so that I know which slot each light on the modem represents as well. So it'll just make it easier for me to wire that up when the time comes. Okay, I'm going to go to my bot type. So you know how in Zenless on 0 there is each... you've been busy with stuff. She should read... Is she going to read it? Is she giving up on YouTube? I don't think she's going to read it. Busy with stuff, so I don't have time for YouTube. Yeah, I know how you feel. I've got to be honest though, because I find YouTube's pretty nice to put on. It depends what I'm doing though. Sometimes it's nice to have on like a second screen just in the background, and I'll have it on while I'm doing other stuff a lot of the time. But I suppose it depends what I'm doing.
Wait, I joining cause I just started VSC.
Ah,
Yes, VS Code.
Oh, she's working again now. Yeah, also I'm...
Oh, yeah, also in Akio, by the way,
Yeah,
but real name is
remember.
Leo.
New name is Leo. Yeah, Akio, I remember you. Hello, welcome back. Yeah, I thought I didn't recognise the name, and I was like, but maybe I'm just being forgetful. But Akio, that name I do remember. Yeah. Yeah, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Okay, so basically what I have is I have some bot types, which are the worker types, I guess. I have some worker types set up. So in Zenless you have like smaller batteries and bigger batteries, and each bot will have like specific functions or whatever. I'm just trying to remember where the hell that is. Game data, here we go. Alliance. I decided to call it Alliance. Under workers, these are our worker types. So this is where I think we can have some fun. So what I've tried to do is I've tried to divide players into 3 groups.
Are you doing server development?
I have been, yeah. This is just a nice little break for me though. I can't do that while I'm ill, so I'm yeah, I've been working on like 50 things at once. I don't know what the hell's wrong with me. So I'm working on this game. I was also working on my own UGS replacement, which is mostly done. But I took a little break. And what else was it? Oh, and I've also been using well, it's not open source, but the code's available for a game engine called Flax Engine. It's a pretty new engine, and it's very much like Unity. I think I'm going to use it instead of Unity going forward, but I want to customize it first, so I'm adding features to it and reverse engineering it and doing all kinds of stuff with it. It's been touch and go. That code is insane. That code base is absolutely insane. I'm starting to understand how it works though.
Wait, so you took computer science then?
No, self-taught pretty much. I study computing IT, but that's like fucking databases and spreadsheets and stuff. Yeah, I've just been programming as a hobby since I was 8. I've been using Unity for 12 years now. So I'm all just pretty much hobby, like self-taught hobby kind of stuff, really. I did do a game development class recently. I took a game development course, but it was useless to me. It wasn't teaching me anything. I was teaching them because it was all really about kind of designing games more than it was like making games. And even then, it was all like, oh, you want to research this and research that. And I just thought, when are we going to make a game? You know?
8.
8 is so long ago. I know, right? Hey, whoa, careful. It is, but you didn't have to be. You didn't have to remind me. I'm going for 3D.
Is too
path.
long ago.
Yeah.
I just started a moment ago. I going for 3D part.
Character design. Background too. Yeah.
Like making character design.
Yeah, I think you've got to.
And background too.
I think you've got to enjoy it because it is very grueling. There's a very steep learning curve. Yeah, I don't know. I think the thing that's just kept me going is just like the enjoyment of learning things. The only people I will say I think anybody can do it, but most people wouldn't want to do it. And but there's a lot of people who think they want to do it, and I think the only disconnect there is the people who think they want to do it don't realize how much work is involved, and how much they've got to really dedicate themselves. So I think when you take the people who want to do it but they don't want to sit there for years and years and years like actually learning it all, then it's not for everyone. That's where the it's not for everyone comes in kind of thing. You know what I mean? Not that anyone can't do it. It's just that I don't think most people want to dedicate their pretty much their lives to it. I mean, that's pretty much what I had to do to get good. When COVID hit, when the big COVID pandemic hit, I moved back in with my parents because I thought, okay, I kind of had a bit of a midlife crisis as well. And so I thought, oh my God, time is all we've got. I'm sick of working at these dead-end jobs that I hate. I just want to get good at game development, but there's just not enough time to work a full-time job and then really get into it. So I was like, why don't I just go and live?
Yeah, anyone can do it, but most people's they don't like because of lot of codes.
Yeah. Well, it's just, again, it's so time-consuming. Like I say, I've had to dedicate my life to it over the last 5 or so years. Over the last 5 to 6 years, I moved back in with parents so that I could get my head down and just do this, pretty much. I do play games as well and stream and do other things, but this is the main thing that I do really, and now my skills have just gone the speed my skills have taken off are absolutely insane. Because I can put the time in now, but when you can't put the time in, I think it's very, very difficult. But yeah, that's why I say I don't think it's for everybody, because I think if you do actually really want to get good and you want to learn how to do it all, that's pretty much what you pretty much got to dedicate all your time to it. And that's the thing, most people have some people have families, kids, girlfriends, wives. I don't have any of that. So I'm fine. I can do all this. But yeah, I can't imagine if I had a kid or a girlfriend or a wife or anything like that I wouldn't have made anywhere near as much progress as I have as well. Because you just can't, there's just too much to do. There's too much to learn. There's too much to, pour yourself into. But that's what I wanted to do. So yeah, I don't regret my decision. But it's not for everyone.
Great Leo says, any app that I can do animation like human movement?
There's quite a few. It depends on what direction you want to go in.
What are your suggestions?
Well, I can show you what I use. So I use this thing called iClone. I've been using it for years. But I think the only reason I'm using it is because I've gotten to the point now where I've invested so much time and money into doing it through this that I'm kind of stuck with it now. There might be better options now, because I've been using this since iClone 5, I think it was. But I mostly like it, and this thing also supports like mocap as well. So let's see, have I got a? Let's make sure I'm not showing any secrets I don't want to show just yet. Let's see, what characters have I got set up in here. Yeah, we can use my, that's fine because that's the project I'm working on. Right, okay, so you've got your character, and then what's nice is for like basic stuff, like a lot of the times I just want like a walk animation. They've got this really cool thing where it's like, okay, motion puppet me, do a female walk, and they have these sort of like preset animations you can use. So we could do a cute walk, or we could do basic walk. And it's all like keyframe based and stuff like that. And you can sort of just, you know, start from here and then sort of tweak things from there. And it also has like mocap support as well. But although it's very, very expensive. It's something I'd love to get, but it's so expensive I just can't afford it right now. It's like thousands. But one day maybe there'll be a cheaper alternative. I've tried mocap with like Kinect and stuff, but it's not very good. So yeah, this is all I've ever really used is this, so I might be the wrong person to ask. But yeah, you can pick this up. If you know where to look, you can get it for free. But yeah, I don't know if you still can, but you can. You could when I... Because I'd spent so much money on this over the years that it got to a point where I was like, okay, well I have to buy... But it is, you've got to watch out, right? Because there's the base product, but then if you want to get stuff into Unity, then you have to buy 3D Exchange,
Oh,
then you
it's
need
already
a Pro
keyframe
license. It's one of those things where you need product A and then you need product B and then Pro version of B and then you need this other thing. And by the time you add it all up, it's like, holy shit, I've spent like nearly £1,000 on software. Okay, maybe not that much, but it's a good few. It's been a good few hundred every time they update it. And so I did that for iClone 5. I did it for iClone 6. And then when iClone 7 came out, I thought, no, I can't keep doing this. I can't keep like paying the new version. It's just unfeasible, untenable. Anyway, so I managed to find a naughty version floating around. I thought, well, yeah, I've spent enough money in this as it is, and I could use 6 that I've paid for if I really wanted to. But yeah, we're on the new version now, and you can actually get a copy that's fully whatever. But yeah, I do think they overcharge, but it's mostly good. So you could take a look at this. I don't know if I'd say I recommend it. I don't, because I've never really used anything else. I can't really say whether it's good or not. But it does what I need it to do for the most part. For like 3D models and animation and stuff. But yeah, you can do like keyframes. So if you wanted to do, like I've got a massive pose library. Because I've been using it for so long. Let's have a look. Poses. So I could put her in an air pose. So yeah, I mean, Unity lets you do all this as well because it's like keyframes as well. But yeah, if I wanted to put it from there to there and then move to there, and then I don't know, stick her in a different pose. Yeah, it'll fill in all the gaps in between. So it's just like Unity does. It'll let you do keyframes. But what's nice is you can kind of move them around as well. So I can just drag that over there, and then space it out. So actually quite similar to Unity's timeline, really. So if you use Unity, it might be worth looking at because I can confirm that it works with Unity, but you need 3D Exchange with a Pro license. So just watch out for that. And I guess it has a similar interface and timeline system, so it might not be too much of a sort of learning curve coming from Unity. So that's why it probably might be good if you're in Unity. But I can't speak as for Unreal and other engines yet. I don't know what it's going to be like with my new engine, actually. I have no idea. Yeah. But I know there's other stuff out there like Mecanim and Cinema 4D and there's all kinds of things now. You can do animations in Blender and all sorts of things, but I can't really speak for any of them because I've never really used them. Even Daz has
Look,
animations
my
in
dream is like content creation plus those 3D animation equals bomb.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's great for making like MMDs and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, there's even Miku Miku Dance. You can do animations in there, but I think it's a pain in the ass getting those animations out to Unity. Yeah, because you'd have to go through like 10 conversion steps or something, and who knows what it'll look like by the time it ends up in Unity. So yeah, there are options, but I might not be the best person to ask because I've only really used that, so I can only really comment on that. Right, so basically I tried to divide the player base into 3 player types. I said, let's say there's a casual player type who logs in, you know, a couple of times a week, an average player type who's maybe logging in once a day, but, you know, not getting too sweaty with the game, and then let's call them the sweaty type, which is like someone who just wants to min-max the hell out of
Since there's
everything
no
in the game.
international contact creator in our country, I try to aim for it.
Yeah, oh well, good luck, best of luck to you. Okay, so these are the different types of workers that you can get. So at the moment we've got level 1 workers, level 2 workers, level 3 workers. Now that's kind of misleading the way that it's named, because also you're going to have a level 1, 2, 3 and such in the business simulator, but that has nothing to do with these levels. I guess if you played the Zenless minigame, that just basically means your B ranks, your A ranks and your S ranks. And what I've tried to do is I'm trying to tune them for the casual player, the average player and the sweaty player for each like rank, I guess, you know, for each rarity of worker. So what I might do, I got AI to make some little robot characters for me.
Anyway, that is for now. I need go cause I need to go out.
Yeah. Alright, well, good talking to you again. And yeah, maybe catch you later. And I got AI
Due to my cis condition.
Oh, you also got health issues right now. Oh, is it your sister's got health issues? Oh, well, hope things get better soon. And yeah, maybe catch you later.
I mean my cis condition.
Your sister's condition, yeah. Well, I hope things get better soon. Yeah, we've had some family issues over the last couple of months. Been crazy, one thing after another. But yeah, hopefully things look up soon. Okay, so we have lots of different sort of AI generated bots, which is fine for a little mini game like this, I think. So she's the one that I put in the background there.
See you later, and also good luck with your project.
Thank you. Yeah, catch you later. Okay, so what I want to do is try and give these a bit of a personality, right? So level 1. So let's make sure level 1s are set as level 1s. Actually, I'm not going to call these levels because otherwise it will get confusing. So let's change level to rank. There we go. Quality rank of worker. So you can think of these as like the blueprints for the workers. And the reason I say that is going to be clear soon because we're going to expand it out. Okay, so what I basically want to do is let's divide these AI generated. Let's get some more generations on the go as well, maybe. So we've got more to choose from. Where's my interface for that gone? There it is. Yeah, let's just set it off again. Fun, cute. Let's try powerful and see what different types of things we get. Okay, so we know that we've got a B rank and an A rank and an S rank for casual. So I guess we can look at this and decide, you know, which bots look like they would suit a casual player more. And so I think we want to pick like the maybe more cute or friendly looking ones, right? Like this guy, I think. Maybe this one. Don't know what the hell's going on with her. Okay, so this one looks kind of feeble. Maybe even this one. Okay, this one. Right, so what I'm going to need to do is... These images are way too big. So let's size them down a bit. Not sure what size we need. Also, there's this power... There's this weird power of 2 or power of 4 rule where Unity can compress images if they meet a certain size requirement. Power of 2, power of 4, something stupid like that. Okay, it's probably already like that, so probably the best thing to do is to put it at a 20%. Okay, 20% might be a bit small. Okay, let's go 25% then. The graphics card's wearing away now. Yeah, that should be more than big enough for what we want to use it for. Right, so I'm going to go into my Unity project file folder. Or if I can figure out where it is. There it is. Copy the path so I can paste it in here. And then we'll save these little worker robots. So if we think of it as... So we'll do 1C for level 1 casual. 1A for level 1 average. And then 1S for level 1 sweaty, I guess, and use that format. Okay, so I think this one as well looks good for like a casual. So this could be like level 2 casual bot. Yeah, that's so funny. That just looks so funny to me. So we said 25%. Ugh. Is the path still in my... Oh, good it is. That makes things a little bit easier. Right, so this one is going to be level 2 casual, so 2C. And then we need a level 3 casual bot. I think I might go with that one. That's quite good as well. I think I like this one. That's quite good as well. Let's go with this one because they all look like they're from the same family. If you look, they're all like yellow and black, yellow and black, yellow and black. So I feel like they look like they're from the same family of units, you know? Like there's a bit of consistency then. Okay, so this is our level 3 casual bot. Okay, so let's go back into Unity. And actually what I did is I think I stored an icon URL. I would normally use an icon URL, but I think for now I just want to get them in as raw images. So that means we need Unity Engine UI. Actually, I don't know if we do. I think we do. Yeah, it added it itself. Why did it say UI for time span? Just kind of put it there, I guess. Okay, so we want one. Oh, it should be. Oh, maybe it should be texture then. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I should have set it as a texture 2D. Yeah, that's why I was thinking I might not need a... I don't think you need UI for texture 2D though, which is kind of weird. Yeah, you don't. That's why I was getting confused. Right, so we've got our level 1 icon, level 2 icon, level 3 icon. So now we can have some fun because I want to give them like names and stuff. Okay, so this guy's name, what do we want to call him? I forgot to put these as rank 2 and these as rank 3. There we go. Okay, let's think. What do I want to call him? I guess one should be like Shy Bot. Okay, I think we're going to call this one Slacker Bot. I'm going to call this one Shy Bot. Oh, Shy Susie. I hate naming things sometimes because I'm just not in the right frame, like mind frame for it. I want to do like rip something, but I can't think what it should be, what it wants to be. Rob rip. almost like raped. Ripped. I don't want to call him rape. Rod the Ripper. No, we don't want that. Ripper bot. Robbed ripped parts. That's pretty good. Because these are like the sort of like casual gamers. Right, Rob ripped parts. Okay, so now we want the level 2. Oh shit, those weren't all casuals though, were they? Oh, I fucked this up. Hang on, I fucked this up. So that was average player. Yeah, because I did it in terms of average. So this one should be level 1 average. So Shy Susie is actually this one, because that's level 2 casual. So that one should be, that one's also incorrect. And this should be level 1 sweaty. So the way I've tuned this is basically, if you choose a sweaty bot, it's high maintenance. So the battery drains quickly, but they'll get a lot more work done. So the idea is, if you're using the sweaty units, you're a sweaty kind of gamer, and you're going to be expecting to maintain this thing regularly. If you're an average player, you'll maintain it on an average level and do an average workload. If you're a casual gamer, you can sort of set it and forget it, come back in 2 days, although really it runs out after 1. You know what I mean? Like it's the most casual version of the gameplay that we offer, which means you're going to take your sweet ass time completing it, but also you probably log in infrequently. But it basically lets you set it and forget it more, right? And not have to keep an eye on it so much. And that's kind of the theory behind how these are tuned. Right, so level 3 casual is Robert parts. Okay, so now we want our average players bots. So we want the weakest one. I think we'll go with this one because he almost looks like his ass is on backwards. We could call him Backwards Bob or something. So this is going to be worker 1 average game style. I think I'll go with this one and then this one. So worker 2 average. Worker 3 average. Okay, so let's get those set up. God damn it, everything's off the fucking screen now though. Shrink that down so we can get it in view. There we go. I might need to see the file names, to be honest. That makes it easier. Right, so we've got worker 1 average is this one. Worker 2 average is this one. And 3 average is this one. Okay, so this one we need a name. Level 1 average. Backwards Bobcat. I always do Bob. Backwards Bobby. I like Bobby. Backwards Bobby. Okay, let's close these. We're done with these. Casual. Casual. Why was one of those not saved though? That doesn't seem right. I don't know. Okay, so now 2A. It also looks like a transformer or something. Transform its head. I wanted to come up with like a silly little joke, but I don't want to go into adult joke territory. But I'm thinking law-wise, she looks like a recycled sex bot, but I can't call her a recycled sex bot. But maybe I can call her that. That sounds like it's hinting at that, but isn't necessarily quite as on the nose. What about Tina Turner? It is. Let me think. Is there a robotic part that start? Let's have a look. A list of robotic parts. Tungsten Tina. Oh, I quite like that. What does tungsten mean though? Isn't tungsten a type of metal? A chemical element, steel grey metal of transition series. That's perfect. Tungsten Tina. I like that a lot. And it's almost got a bit of a sexual thing because of the tongue in it. Tungstentina. Do you know what I mean? It's almost almost got a little hint of that's exactly what I want. That's great. Loving it. Alright, so now we need our sweaty gamer. So that's why I wanted the more powerful bots to get generated. This one looks good though, quite capable, so I might make this the level 1 one. I do like this one. Because level 1's supposed to be a noob tutorial one anyway. I use this one for level 1, I think. I do like this one. Looks confused. Percent 25. So this one is worker 1, sweaty. I think this one would be good for level 2 sweaty. Like, we want the more serious looking ones. And then our biggest, most powerful. That one looks like he's taking a shit. Everybody's delete that one. There's a couple of them look like they're taking a shit. Like Iron Man or something. No, I think we need like the most. Either this one, like we've got to go with the most badass looking one, right? It's like these got to either be this one or like one of these things that looks just like. I think this one is the most badass looking one. Yeah, definitely. A3. A3. Just call it like A. Just call it A3. Be done with it. So this one is 3 sweaty. S for sweaty. Alright, beautiful. Okay, so we need to name these now. Where I can see them. Alright, so our level 1 sweaty gamer bot. Oh, we need to make sure these icons all set. Transformer TED 2A, 3A. Right, let's do the icons first. So we want 1 sweaty, 2 sweaty, and 3 sweaty. Okay, so we've got. Okay, what should this one be called? Chromatic Chloe. Is that how you spell Chloe? Is it got a Y in the end? Probably spell it both ways, I think. He normally doesn't have a Y on. Chromatic Chloe. Right. Next. So this is very much like the Transformer TED guy. Optimal Oliver. Optimal Ollie. Let's see, what are the names? Optimal Oscar. Optimal Oscar's pretty good. Optimal Oscar. Yeah, Oscar's better. Optimal Oscar. And the biggest, baddest of them all. Max workload. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Max workload. Okay, I'm liking that. They've got they're starting to get a bit of a personality now. A bit of character. Alright, excellent. Trying to think if I want to drive. I don't think there's a lot in that script right now. Do I want to drive the... I suppose I'll need some scripts. See, okay, the way to look at this, right, if ever you're making anything like this, I suppose the separation of logic is this script, well, okay, it's not necessarily the script. You need to think about the game objects if you set it up like I do. So this game object needs to be on at all times because it's handling things like battery charge and stuff like that, right? So because it's like idle game, then logic needs to run even if the interface isn't open. So you need to think about like what logic do you need to run when the interface is open, and what logic do you need to run in the background. Technically, you don't actually need to run any logic in the background necessarily. You could actually do it all when the interface shows up, to be completely honest. Because we cheat anyway, right? We look at timestamps and then we fast forward progress to catch you up to the current time. So the whole thing's an illusion, really. Nothing is really happening 99% of the time unless you're staring at it.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke?
Go on then. Again!
What do you get when you cross a chicken with a skunk? A foul smell.
Shut up. Shut up, fool. Right. I also don't like how flat this is looking. You know, we've got this nice texture here. I want something similar on this. It's been bugging me the whole time. I've been staring at it. Looks like a 1990s PowerPoint presentation. So we could even just go for the bigger hexagons, to be honest. I kept them open. What we're going to need to do though is copy the background separate from the modem. So that we don't put it over the modem. So we could just maybe go for an inverted version of that. Oh, I think that would, obviously, because now we're going for a different fit, it would look better the other way around, wouldn't it? I don't know, is this square or something? It doesn't seem to change aspect ratio as I move it around. Oh, it is square, that's why. Okay, that explains it. Ah, where is everything? Okay. And also, why? Oh, we missed the bit in the middle. No, we didn't. It's just not selected. Okay. Oh, I'm an idiot. I didn't keep the original. Oh, because I don't need to though, do I? Yeah, that's true. I can just do that. You see, that looks way more interesting already. Just to give it like some... Alright, let's go with that. There we go. How much better does that look? That looks way better. Yeah, it's looking pretty good actually. I need to be careful here because my instinct is to start to put some of the data that I want on the homepage, like, you know, level, XP, money, number of products, but because it's still like in development, if I spend too long doing that, I'll probably end up having to change it anyway. So it's like, it's difficult because a lot of it is bouncing back and forward between like disciplines, the sort of technical and the creative discipline. But if you can reduce the number of bouncing backwards and forwards between disciplines, then that makes life a lot easier on yourself. Right. I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to work on the staff panel because we have a set number of workers, which is 9, so we can put those in a nice little grid, and then we can just enable and disable the ones that are available as they unlock. So I'm actually just going to start by duplicating the home panel. And then this is where we can start to customize things, right, which I think is quite nice. So we've got this little bot for the summary. So big bot, what we could do now, actually I probably shouldn't have called the texture big bot because that's probably what I'll call the, so we could call this, well, big bot home, right? And then for this version we can go and get another large image. So we want something with like a sort of plain background. We could ask it to generate on a plain background. The cute ones obviously were good. I thought the cute ones were better. Fun and cute prompt was good. And if I add plain background or white background or something, plain white background, I guess. That's so funny. Then we can probably get some more renders that will work perfectly for what we're going for right now. So we used this one already. We want to try and like mix it up a bit so each panel looks different. Even when it's robots, it's obsessed with boobs. Even when it's robots. What the fuck? It's like Assassin's Creed meets, I don't know what, No Man's. Oh, that's cool actually. That could work. See what else we got. That one could look quite cool, just sort of in the corner. The problem with this one, as much as I like it, is it's not the same style as the others. Like it's too flat and hand drawn looking. I mean, obviously they're all hand drawn looking because I asked for anime. But like it doesn't fit the same drawing style, if that makes sense. These have like depth and 3D looks and shading and light hitting them, and you know, they look like physical, almost 3D, I guess. So the problem with this one is it doesn't quite fit the same style, whereas this one fits the style of the other ones that we've got. That one could work as well because it's got a bit more 3D-ness to it, but I'm not sure about the 3 eyes and stuff. I think I like this one the most because it's sort of like got plenty around it, so I can magic wand it out real easy. I wish it had more body though, so you could have like, I want to see more of your body. I mean, you know, so that it wasn't, I don't know, it looks kind of like it's hiding almost. You see what I mean? So if I stick that in the corner, it almost looks like it's sort of hiding. Whereas if there was more body like this, it would, Jesus Christ. Let's just stick that on the side and call it a day. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, I reckon this one's the closest to anything that makes sense, I think. That one wouldn't be too bad if it wasn't cut off so much, but because it's cut off, it's like, it's going to look weird at the side of the panel when it's cut off. And I think that's why I like this one, because it's only cut off at the bottom, it's only cut off on one side. Even where it's cut off at the bottom, I do wish there was a bit more. It didn't look like it was hiding so much. That's fine, we can work with this. Okay, I took its forehead. Yeah, what is happening? Tolerance 55, that's all I want. Thank you. Okay, let's just quickly add a stroke and then we can see, yeah, if it's good around. Actually, I think I will add a bit more line to it. There you go. That looks decent. Okay, and then we'll save this one as... Do we still have the... No, we don't. The path. Big bot. Staff. Oh, actually, am I doing the staff page? Yeah, I am doing the staff page, aren't I? Why do I feel like I didn't call it staff? I did. Weird. What is going on? Okay, so now I can change that to the staff version. Yeah, that looks better than I thought it would actually, because it does kind of look like it's kind of just popping out of the thing. Now I've got to decide, do I want... this is where I kind of fucked up in a way. So the mistake I've made, kind of, is if you get rid of all these child components and you see what actually makes up the background, it includes that modem at the top. But first of all, I don't know if I want the modem on every page. Probably not. And secondly, like, I don't want server farm here on every page. I want probably the name of the page, right? So here I want it to say like staff management or something like that, right? So I need to go and create a non-modem version of this panel. So yeah, I kind of screwed up. So if I go back to my project resources, yeah, we can use this window. This was just the font. What did I save as? Alliance. Okay. So I only want the bottom two. I always do that. It's like, because there's so many layers to turn on and off and get elements for. My thinking was, let's make our job easier so we can just get the modem and the title as part of the window, and then less layers to export. But then you get to the second page and you realize, oh fuck, I don't actually want every page to look the same. I thought I had the hexagons. And if I was going to do it, now would be the time to change the color as well. I might want to change the color of the child pages as well. I'll leave them all purple. Let's see. I think purple's fine. I like the blue. I do like the blue. Well, what I might do is make, if we look at our thing, I might make these top buttons like blue areas and then keep these ones purple. So it's almost like the left pages will be purple and the right pages will be blue. Just make sure that's the exact blue that I want. Yeah, I don't like green. Yeah, I think that looks good. Okay, now we've got a problem where I hate the way it does this. The stroke's been added as, what do they call it? Blending option. But it doesn't actually, it doesn't select it as because it's not rasterized. So because I want to crop that now, I need to copy it as merged and then paste it into a new image basically, so that I can crop it. That's fine. Okay, so now we've got we need two versions of this as well, don't we? We need the blue window and the purple window without the modem. So I should make both versions while I'm here. So I'm an idiot again. I should have just left the other one alone. It's fine. We'll Control Z our way back to it so we get the same shade. Because doing it by eye might not work out as well as I want it to. So we're going to do... So really that is now window home. Let me go and rename that one. So that's now window home. And then we'll do window P for purple and B for blue. Oh, I could just do A and B, I guess. Okay. I keep thinking that because normally I leave it there, that's why. I don't even know why I've got that on. Okay. Yeah, I'll just do window A and window B. I think it makes more sense. Window A and window B. Beautiful. B for beautiful. Okay, so now if we go and turn all our child objects off, we can change to window B for blue. And you see what happened. That's because we lost the modem and it stretched out. So basically the end of the image was up here, but because we cropped it, the image is now smaller, so Unity's filling that space with the full area of the image. It's fine, but we need to line it up with the other one. And oh my god, that actually fucks everything up. It's okay, this is going to be a bitch. Also, if I shrink that now, everything else shrinks as a child object, but we still want our buttons in the same place. So we don't want to shrink our buttons on this page because then everything moves. So this actually turned out to be a giant pain in the ass. So the way we can fix that is to unparent the children, then go and shape the parent so that it doesn't take the children with it. Take the kids off, yeah. Think of the children. I sound like the British government. Because we don't have a modem, we don't need modem lights. There we go. So now we've got our big bot. Wait, what the fuck am I looking at? Is that some Unity overlay? Oh yeah, it's fine then. Also, what's going on here? Oh, that's the other. Yeah, that's the other window underneath. Wait, I'm so confused. Yeah, no, that's stuff. Turn that off. Yeah, that's fine. We were just seeing the other bot underneath. Yeah. So now we've got this, and we should have our buttons. We don't want. I don't think we want these buttons. We'll just go back home. Yeah, we can just go back home from here. So I'd probably take these. Why is that separated? Probably take those off. And then we want a title now for like worker management or whatever the page is. Because we want a blue page for emails, a blue page for staff, and a blue page for stock. Slightly dodgy. Why does it look like that? If anything, it's actually too low. Now there's a fucking gap. Why can't I line that up, you motherfucker? That might be something else. That might be... I want to delete me, and I also want to delete... I'll do it from in here though. Yeah, so I need to set all of those to compression none and clamp. Where is that? Wrap point, clamp. There we go, fixed it. Yeah, I knew exactly what that was. Okay, that looks way better. Way better. And now if we swap between home and staff, the buttons should pretty much stay in the same place. You shouldn't notice them. The window is taller though. The blue one is definitely taller. But not by much. It's fine. It does grow a little bit. What's quite fun as well is if I leave the home page on in the background, you see the little antennas sticking up. But we wouldn't do that anyway, we'd switch that off so it looks like that. Okay, beautiful. So we've got a blue template for the blue pages, and so we want one for staff. Yeah, I don't think we want those buttons because we can get back to the home page using this. Yeah, that looks, you know, the problem is that does look like it's in a weird place now. I'll tell you what, because I'm a stickler for this stuff, let's just get that right now whilst, otherwise I'll regret it later, I know I will. So it did grow, and I don't want it to. But it looked right when I made it transparent, so I don't really know how that happened. You can see the overlap there. So we need to push it down and shrink it slightly still. There. I have to fucking line everything back up again now. Right, let's test it. Let's sanity check it. I swear I'm going to kill somebody in a minute. So now the blue one is ever so slightly smaller. The problem is this gizmo isn't accurate enough because I think it's the Y we want though, isn't it? Yeah, it's the Y. Because you move it 1 mouse pixel or whatever the fuck that is, right? When you move your mouse the minimum distance that you can for it to do something. And it moves too much. So we're going to need to use these numbers in the inspector. So let's try 69 instead of 669. Yeah, visually it didn't look any different. I didn't expect it to. Let's try 9. Yeah, that's probably more like it. And I think it also wants pushing down a teeny bit. Which direction are we going in here? That moves it up. So number gets smaller, moves up, so we want number to get bigger then. Okay, how's that looking? It might be like 1 pixel out. But honestly... Yeah, okay, that's slightly better. Okay, that's fine. Okay, looking great. Except our bot's not in the right place anymore because it moved. So now she's a little too high up. Way better. Way better. I hate myself. I really do. Because now, do you want to know what? All I can think now is I really do not like these blue buttons against the blue background because they're too similar and it's just... There's no pop. There's no pop. I'm going to ignore it for now. As hard as it is. Do I just keep all the windows purple then? I like the blue window, but the blue buttons against the blue window, Jesus Christ, is driving me nuts. That really bothers me. It's not game breaking or anything, but like, I hate it. I genuinely hate it. Because I would never use those, like, I would never ever do that, right? And I know you're looking at it and thinking, well, you just did, you dickhead. Well, yeah, but I accidentally did it, didn't I? Because I created a variation of the background. And in creating the variation of the background, I created a new problem. It's so true. Every solution creates a new problem. It's so true. Okay, it's fine. We'll live for now. Maybe. I'll probably end up changing it at some point. For now, let's just get our bot images in. So let's do our... grid bots. So we want a fixed column count of 3. And we want to grab our little guys and stick them in here. So we know we want 9 of them. So I'll create 56. So, do you see what I mean about this thing? It's so obnoxious. So the cell size is supposed to be 100 by 100, which should make a fucking square. But Unity decides to make it the longest rectangle in the universe. Like, what are you doing? Like, no wonder I can't make things look pretty. Houston, we have a new problem. Apart from the fact that I spelt worker wrong. You know what, let me just start again. I fucking hate Unity sometimes, I really do. Ah! I hate Unity. I hate it so much. No, I don't know. I actually like it. But there are things about it that I hate, and this is one of them. The fucking space bracket numbers drives me nuts. Like, let me customize that or something. Like, nobody's using that format though, really. And if you are, then you're just lazy. But it's so much harder to actually go in and, you know, like, surgically remove that little bit and then type in what I actually want for 6,000 fucking objects. Unity. It's fine. Right, okay. Yeah. I'll tell you where I made a bit of a mistake here. Is I came up with some stupid ass way of naming the textures when I named the bots, when I got the images, the icons for the bots. I was like, ooh, 1 will be level 1, 2 will be level 2, 3 will be level 3. That kind of makes sense, but the reason it's stupid, right, is these files are alphabetized, so that means we get average, then casual, then sweaty. But the way I ordered the bots is I put them casual, average, and then sweaty. So now I've got to make a choice. I think I reorder the bots in the object hierarchy because I want these to match. I want them to be in order. It just makes things easier. If things are in the same order in one place as they are in another place, it makes things so much easier. Otherwise I'll get confused. But I'm still going to get confused anyway. If I start with average and then do custom and then do, what was C? Casual. And then sweaty. I'll still get confused because I would expect it to be in order of sweatiness, ranked lowest to highest. So my brain's doing all kind of somersaults right now, going screaming at me, going, "No, we can't have perfect synergy." We can, if I rename these icons so that they match the order that I want them in, which is what I should have done in the first place. I should have just called them A, B, and C. A is casual, B is average, and C is sweaty. I'm so ridiculous. I know how ridiculous I am. I know how ridiculous. I can't help it. I can't help it. Seriously, I know this will trip me up otherwise. I know how my brain works. My brain expects everything. This is probably why I struggle to live life, because life doesn't work like that. But my brain expects consistency everywhere and everything to be predictable and neatly organized, and the world just doesn't work like that. But god damn it, the worlds I create will be like that if it kills me. I don't even like that though. I don't like the ABC philosophy. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Each one of these bots has an index in the workers list, and because of the way Unity works, it will get these in the order they appear in, which is great. So that's one thing I do like about Unity, because that's where my brain and Unity line up, right? We expect consistency and order. So instead I'll give these icons the index of that list as the file name. So it's going to be worker 0, 1, 2, which is what I've done across the rest of this game if you think about it, except like an idiot I started counting at 1 rather than 0. But yeah, that is basically what I did with everything else. So I'm just going to click these one at a time and rename them so I don't go insane. And then there's some logic to it then, and it makes sense. I know what order things are meant to be in. And believe me, I know how insane I am. Okay. But this will be worth it. This will really be worth it. Because then we'll know where we're at and everything makes sense and everything's in the right order until we decide to add fucking new bots and then they don't fit in with the order and then we've got to rename everything and it's like, yeah. Don't even joke about that. I'm not doing that. No, I might want to add more levels to materials and things like that. But the ranks should stay the same. Because even Zenless Zone 0, which I'm essentially copying here, only has 3 ranks of bots. They have a lot more bots than this, like Bang Boos. But they only have 3 ranks. So 3 ranks is good enough for Zenless, which is an actual live service game that charges, that's making billions of fucking dollars. Then for a Unity contest made by one guy in his fucking mother's house on his own, it's good enough. It's good enough for that as well, right? All right. This looks like a fucking Windows logo. That's disgusting. I look like some fucking Microsoft shill over here. Okay, let's go back to my canvas. Oh, look at that. And look, I already did that there. Look, I'm so smart. So now I know bot 0 wants worker 0's texture, and if I ever get lost and confused, right, which it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, then I'm on track, right? I just match the number with the number. You see how easy that is? You see how nice that is? Look at that. Isn't it beautiful? It's almost meditative. Oh, and look at these. I wasn't even looking at the images coming in, but look at that. Hey, hey! There's our little guys. Okay, there is an issue. Well, I don't know if there's an... I don't know if you call it an issue. Well, there's some information associated with each one of these, right? So I think now we've got a choice of how do we want it to work. I think if we give a summary for each one, And you know that all my efforts are going to get ignored, don't you? Because I know how I would play this game, right? Straight away, I would just click on the fucking sexy one and I'd be like, right, I'm using that one for everything. And like, there's no logic behind it. I just like fucking caveman brain. And that's when you know that all my efforts in like trying to balance these bots and give them meaningful stats and organize them in such a very specific way is all for nothing, because all anyone's going to do is see the robot with the biggest hits, click it and say, yep, I'm using this one, with no thought, rhyme or reason other than big tits. So it's like, it really is a thankless job, really, game development. Each one of these needs a button. And you come to me on a summer breeze. You need to show how deep is your button. How deep is your button? How deep's your button? I really wanna push it, 'cause we're living in a flat button world. Not anymore, we're not, actually. I did a good job deepening my buttons. I'm trying to build a deeper connection with my buttons. You know what I mean? I think if you're not trying to build a deeper connection with your buttons, you're missing out. You really are. Not that, you know, it's not like me to tell people how to live their lives or anything, but seriously, you are missing out. If you're not building deep and meaningful connection with your buttons on your interface, I don't even know what you're doing with your life. Alright, this is very square. It's very, very square. I wonder what Hoyo do at this stage. I know they do something. Do something. Do quick, do something. Because there's a few ways about going about doing that. I mean, really, I think the way you handle this is you start crying. That's how I normally do it. And the reason you start crying is you realize that, okay, let me make a copy of this. You realize that what you really need to do to get this to work now is take all those images out of the bots, because it's going to be way easier if these are white squares in Photoshop. Then what we can do is we can grab that so we get a basic shape of how things fit with the old snipping tool. Snippy, snippy, snip. Snippy, snip. And then get that into Photoshop. And what we essentially need to do is create a layer over the top of this that rounds everything off. So you can achieve that, right? Is it smooth? I think it's smooth. Yeah. See how it's just rounded those corners off? And so now all we need to do is make little see-through windows, and we've got a little, look at that, smooth ass little son of a bitch. Looks so much better. Why can't I smooth it? Smooth. Smooth work a grid view. 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 God damn it, I'm good. God damn it, I'm good. Alright. That looks so much better. Looks less like Microsoft Windows now. So straight away it's better. Just because it's not Windows anymore. Okay, and now what we can do is, if we want to, we can give this some like, we can do all sorts with it, right? We could emboss it. We can add some gradient into it. We can do whatever we want. Do what you want. Do what you want. Now it looks like a little, look at that. It looks like light shining into the window. That's great. I'm liking that. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Sexy now. Sexy little fucking... Of course I'm fucked if I decide to add more bots. That's why we do this last, if we can. Alright, so this... Well, no, you could have a scroll up, scroll down, I guess. Alright, so this is going to be my bot window. Whoa, yeah, it's like the red light district. So I've been told. Bot window... I've seen the red light district. I've never done anything in it. Well, I saw the red light district when I was in college. Probably... I was probably under 18 then as well. I was probably 16 or 17. Because that was the first
Since
time
ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke?
Go on him.
Why did Mozart kill all his chickens? Because when he asked them
He's
who
a
the best
fucking
composer
nutter.
was, they'd all say, bark, bark, bark.
Because he's a fucking nutter. Right, we can get rid of that one now. So now we've... Oh, look at this. 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 What? See what I mean? Unity fucks everything up. Why are you doing this to me, Unity? I painstakingly made sure that fit, and you painstakingly fuck me in the ass. Painstaking for me. Hope you had fucking fun, Unity. You fucking pervert. I can't make it fit now. What are you doing to me, Unity? Of course we could... I keep saying, how are you using this? They must be using they're using an old version of Unity that still works. That's what they're doing. They're cheating. They're not using the same version I'm using. So what we can do is we can display these icons bigger than because this is kind of like painful trying to get it to fit exactly. I don't think we will. We could have gone one of two ways. What we could do... Also, what happened... Oh, I know what happened. There you go. I was going to say, what happened to our nice shading? We could go back to Photoshop and make it all thicker by giving it like a stroke, but it might fuck our embossing up. So it's probably better to go to the grid system and give... We need to give the robots... God damn it, I thought this would work. It will work, it's just going to take more tinkering than I thought. So if we take 5 off the spacing, for example, then we can give 5 to the size. There we go. Now now they should be, the icons should be technically bigger than the window that's overlapping, which just makes it a little bit easier to line up. There we go. That looks way better than the square version, alright? You gotta admit. And now we can control how much it shines as well if we want it to really shine. If we want to dim it down a bit. Let me dim it down a little bit. That's probably about right. Right, are we looking good? I think it looks good. It's all this stuff that everyone takes for granted as well, isn't it? Someone plays a game, they're not thinking about this. But again, I think a lot of it gets through subliminally as well. Like definitely, like if you take your time and craft a really nice looking interface, no one's gonna thank you for it. But people will fucking say how shit it is if you don't make it look good. People will. It's not that they necessarily notice, but so does the window go on top? Ah! What the fuck? What are you doing to me? Oh, it's because it's got grid layout on. Yeah, I can do that. See, I want it all to be part of the same thing that way if I want, because I'll probably want to reshape and size it. It all moves around together then. Might even look better just actually like hugging the corner. Like it's just tucked away in the corner like that. Nah, I think that looks shit. I think more space is better than less. Generally speaking. That's looking pretty damn good. Okay, so now I have to start thinking about functionality, because this page has it should have 3 functions really. So the first function is hire workers, the second function is fire workers, and the third function is like see your workers, right? Like check to see who's hired and who's not, how many copies of each bot you've got and all that shit. check their stats, whatever you want. So this obviously is each type of bot. The idea being this will show up when you say hire a worker, and then you click one of these buttons, and then as you're hovering over the button as well, it'll bring up a panel which I need to design that gives you like the information about each bot type and what they do and all that shit. But this won't work to check on individual bots. So for that, I'm going to need some kind of a scroll view or something, so we can instance every copy of a bot out. God, there's still a lot of work to do. Interface takes time. Good interface takes time, definitely. But I also think it's worth it. It's fucking hard making games, man. You need good systems, good tech. You need good interfaces, good design, good visuals, and you also need good ideas, good gameplay loops and like dopamine systems, reward systems, or whatever it is, right? Looks like a waffle. The more I look at it, the more it looks like a nice tasty waffle with a lot of robots in it. That's why fucking Hoyoverse games waffle so much, because they're making fucking waffles with their interfaces. Okay, so that's basically going to be each type. What we also need is the grid layout. So these are grid bots. We need a second copy of this called grid bot states, because, and we don't need a second bot window, because we essentially need to do that. So if bot 0 and 1 are available, we can turn those off, and now the player can clearly see that these two bots are available and these ones aren't. So now the player can get a sense of, oh, okay, it looks like I can hire more bots if I keep going. I want that sexy one there. Wait, are these even? I suppose they are, yeah, because these are like. Actually, what would happen is these are the B rank bots. These are the A rank bots, and these are the S rank bots. Yeah, so actually the way it will work. So in that case, we only need 3 bot states then. Right? So we need to make sure this is set up correctly. So if I understand correctly, these are by column, yeah, which is actually bad because we want it by row. I guess I'll just manually place this. What if we just turn grid on and tell it fixed column of 1? There you go, it puts them in the right place. I thought it would. That's helpful. Now my job's easier. So now I just need to extend these out to cover the full row, because you'll always unlock one row at a time. So that makes things a bit easier. Okay, perfect. And to be fair, we don't even need rank 1 because the player's always going to have access to higher rank 1 bots. Obviously they can't play the game unless they can hire a worker. So really, we only need rank. I'll leave it there. That doesn't do any harm having it. You might find that you want to add a game mode later where it's like all the bots are on strike because they've been talking to the voice actors, and then you want to disable all of them. But yeah, in the real world, the game will start like this because you've got to hire the rank 1 bots, right? And in that way, as the player progresses and we unlock rank 2 bots, we just remove that. And then as they unlock rank 3 bots, we remove that. Perfect. Does that all work if I move bot states onto bots? Yeah, perfect. So now if I move grid bots, that'll all move together. Good. And we want rank 1 off. Beautiful. Okay, so that's the interface for selecting and hiring a bot. So this is kind of bots by type. So I'm actually going to call that grid bot types because that's technically more correct. Because a bot is an instance of a bot type, and a bot is something that the player controls. These are blueprints to create the bots that the player controls. So they're two separate entities. So in order to, because these are a one-to-one relationship, the player can only hire one. Well, it's a one-to-many, I guess, because like the player can hire many of the same type, but well, no, what am I talking about? I'm not making fucking databases. My head is so wrapped around databases right now. I'm trying to describe. Doesn't even make any sense. Ignore me. Oh my god, I can stretch my arms. Oh yes, I can stretch my arms. Oh, it's so good. I haven't been able to stretch my arms for over a week. Let's just fucking go. Oh god, that felt amazing. Actually just stretching, and it didn't hurt. It hurt a little bit, but not like it did. Oh, okay. But even for this bot type thing, I also want this is part of hiring. Yeah, I also want a panel to come up that lists information about each bot. So once again, I like to just grab a snapshot. It's kind of warped a little bit, but it's close enough. Give it the Photoshop. That would actually be closer to 1920 by 1080. So let's do 2010. So we don't make it less pixels than it actually renders at. Otherwise it'll look like shit. Okay, so now what we can do is we can grab the panel, the shape tool. What's that layer? That layer is the one we want. So we create. Actually, we don't need to. I'll put it on a new layer anyway. And we can sort of draw where we want our window to be for the information panel. So as the player is hovering over each bot type that is available to them, they can preview information about each bot. So we've got a little bit of room around the edge. Alright, so we probably like want to emboss that to give it some depth. Definitely want some kind of texture.
Pika QuickTime 787 says, "Hi."
Hello, Pika. How's it going? Cross-hatch texture, maybe? Yeah, let's make it look like a bathroom floor. What a great idea! Let's make it look like a bathroom floor. That's not cross-hatch, is it? It's not what I was thinking of. I think that's kind of what I was thinking of. Yeah, I like this actually. Okay. What am I trying to do? Trying to make the middle bit black. Trying to make it as black and white as I can. Oh, I like it when we get like that. Gets this kind of grainy, interesting feel to it.
How's your project coming along so far, Cappy? And I'm doing okay tonight, thanks for asking.
Fantastic. On both fronts. Okay. I'm worried about the edge though. The edge is a little bit... So we're just gonna... We can't contract that selection. Why? Contract means smaller though. Why wouldn't you go smaller? I fucking hate Photoshop. Why can't you just let me do that? What's wrong with that? I'm literally selecting the entire thing and saying I want to shrink it by 1 pixel And it's like, you're not allowed to shrink it. No, fuck off. It's a bit rude, isn't it? I think that's really rude. I really do. Okay, what we can do is we can use canvas size. So if I want to shave 2 pixels, right, if I make it 98, that'll 98 by 98 will take a pixel off on all sides. Yes, there we go, that's what I wanted. Now we can define that as a brush pattern. If I can remember where the fuck that is. Fuck, you define something as a pattern. It's in here somewhere. I bet it's select. It's not select. Where the fuck is brush pattern? I know it's in here somewhere. Oh, I'm gonna kill somebody. Define. Oh shit. Brush preset. Brush preset, not preset. A set of peas, please, with my carrots. To go with my set of carrots. Okay, we can pattern that out. And then let's see what we can do with it. I want to close that because I keep opening it. I don't think I need that anymore either. I might need that. I don't know. What do I need? I don't know. Right, this is the one we're working on. So let's rasterize it. Rastafari. Rastafari. That literally looks like somebody's fucking passageway floor. Okay, maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Also, there's no gap. Oh my god. It's terrible anyway. There's gotta be like...
QuickTime 787 asks, did you know in Genshin there's a quest that opens up for that mare area if you complete all the resort story, and you can find it at the Northwest Lake on the main resort island with Wavy Bay?
There has to be like a fucking online pattern generator. What the fuck is this? You know, I actually kind of like that. I actually kind of like that. I mean, it's very internet-y, right? Which is kind of what we're going for. I don't know if it works for like worker bots. I have no idea what I'm doing here. Create new, start over, download. Can I just browse other people's patterns? Create new, yes. Oh fuck. Help! Help! I don't understand this square. Is it going to? Oh, I think I know what it's going to do. It's going to take that, so it'll wrap that, and it'll put that there. That's pretty smart, actually. So I can only move. I don't know though. MasterCard. What if we do MasterCard and American Express? Because we're hiring workers. Okay, you know what? It's a good idea though if you want a bunch of symbols like that. Generate seamless patterns in seconds. It's going to make me sign up with Google. New random prompt. Random prompt me. Layered mountains. No, okay, so I can give it a prompt. Okay. So we're hiring workers, right? Traffic cones. worker hats, hard hats, construction workers, hard hats, construction. I already said construction. Office worker. I knew you were going to make me sign up. Yes, whatever. Take my fucking Google, you piece of shit. Just fucking hurry up. I can't wait to see what this fucking comes out as. How long does it take? Oh, fuck it. You want me to...
All banks use Visa and MasterCard cards worldwide.
Is it because I need to confirm an email or something? You need to fucking tell me. No, here we go. It's working now. Coast to coast, it's always the most. Oh, I like this one. That's hilarious. I thought these were supposed to be seamless patterns, though. I think they might be. This one is a fucking shit show. Okay, let me add black and white. I should have said line art or something. Traffic cones, construction worker robots, hard hats, construction, office worker, black and white line art. That's actually not bad. A bit stormtroopery. Yeah, that's not too bad. I don't know which one I like better. Probably this one.
The left one is different from the rest.
Workers 1. Alright. So what if we just faded that in? I mean, yeah, it's not too bad actually. It's somewhat interesting. I don't know if I like it or not. I think it's fine. Lighting probably looks the best. Yeah, I think it's probably fine. Can always change it. Worker panel. Is it compressing it? Or did it save it to the wrong folder? It must have been compressing it. I don't know. Oh no, I accidentally added it as an image, that's why. That's why it didn't show up. Yeah, I think it would look better like darker, so I'll probably just like make it darker like that or something. It's not really what I was picturing. I don't know, that may look like ass, I'm not sure, but it's fine. Annoys me so much. That's supposed to be a square, you son of a bitch.
Some say the iRLI world is full of what wonders and uncertain things.
You and your some says.
Silly keyboard jumbling the letters up.
What's the longest name we've got here? It looks like Backwards Bobby is the longest name. So it's best to take your longest. Yeah, we don't want it to span 2 lines. Okay. Okay, so let's see what information is available. So we've got rank. Oh, you can't do it outside of... Oh, you motherfucker. I hate this shit. Unity, I hate you sometimes.
Well, in the IRL world, people are uncertain on how the cashless, careless and renewable energy systems will work in the future. Cashless.
What has this got to do with anything that we're doing? Cashless, energyless. You need energy. Renewable energies.
Cardless.
Oh, roboto would make a lot of sense here, I guess. Let's go with roboto. What the fuck is this shit? That one doesn't have a text submesh. What the fuck is going on? Right, there we go. I don't know what the hell is going on now.
Your project does look like mosaic art.
Right, so we've got rank. Battery max effort time. Okay, so what I need to do here is create a rows. Okay, I don't know why the hell they were all the way there. Where the hell's the transform for it? What is it doing? I have no idea what it's doing. That's weird. Okay, so we've got rank, battery max, effort time, battery cost per block. Yeah, a lot of these are named for system internals though, so I need to think about the player-friendly versions of these so that they make sense to the player. So how many is that? We've got rank and then 1, 2, 3. I also did these like lifetime. Oh, I also need daily higher cost. Yeah. There we go. How's that looking? That's looking pretty good. We don't need to interact with those, so... Okay, I think that'll work. I think I want to grab these texts though. There we are. We're looking pretty good there. So that's the worker hire panel. In a nutshell. Looking pretty good. Let's label these though, just so that they make sense, and let's close this panel, free that up.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke? What do you call a toothless bear? A gummy bear.
Alright, nice. So we'll want to do some mouse over hovers that brings this up and fills in the necessary information. Probably best if we have like a confirmation panel as well if you do decide to click one and use one. We're obviously going to need to see funds on this page as well, because we're going to get charged on this panel to hire workers, so we should have funds up here. Like, I might have that on every page anyway though. I'm not sure how I'm going to lay that out. See, I like consistency, so if we always put I feel like it wants to be like over here, but I don't know if there's anything else we need aside from funds. We could show like XP or level or something there as well, maybe. But this is where I need to be careful because, see, really, we're creating duplicate buttons as well for some of these things. What would be better would be to separate out the static things. So it looks like we're always going to want this header here. So here's what we should do. We should create an overlay. Let's call it top overlay. Okay. So all these buttons here really belong to the top overlay. There we go. And now if I bring back the previous panel, the overlay includes button staff, button stock, button inbox, and button home. There we go. I accidentally made that part of panel staff, which I don't want to do. It's to go there. There we go. It's part of server farm though, right? No, it's not part of server farm. Fuck. I went too far the other way. There we go. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, that's coming together actually. It's definitely coming together. Definitely coming together. This is going to be one hell of a system. I only started working on this yesterday though. I'm actually quite pleased with how far along I've come. And I'm ill as well. So that's kind of nuts. Because like I haven't showed a lot of what I've got here, but like a lot of the stuff's already working. So like the bots already charged themselves. So we've got save and load sorted, although I'm adding new things, so I need to modify that. But we've got basic server load and save functionality. So when I log on, we automatically load our progress for this server farm, and you'll see that my player data, where's player data gone? There it is. Player data has alliance, we have workers and we have tasks. And if you look at my workers, see this guy is charging because he's not on a task right now, and he'll be fully charged in 17 hours 18 minutes and 37 seconds. I feel like something's wrong though, because it's been a while. It's been a while since I last adjusted battery levels. I feel like there's a bug there. I feel like all of these should be almost fully charged by now. So I might need to take a look at that. This one's idle. I don't know why he's idle when he's got... Oh no, he's idle. Yeah, I don't know why he's idle at battery level 0. Okay, we've definitely got some bugs. Yeah, okay, maybe the charging function isn't working as well as I thought it was last night. We need to fix some bugs, it looks like. But yeah, you can see how it's coming together, right? This is looking really good, I gotta say. This is looking pretty good. I'm really happy with this. Yeah, this will be a nice little sort of daily management system to run alongside the main game. Well, I'm going to try and weave it in with the main game, right? Integrate it into the main game, because that's what makes the Zenless one so good, I think. It doesn't just feel tacked on, it feels like it's weaved into the game. And that's easier said than done, right? Especially when, you know, I'm a hobbyist, right? So I see something pretty and I'm like, oh, I want that, let's make it. Which is not how you should make a game, right? You should have a clear idea of what you're making from the beginning. And I do, the main gameplay loops, I definitely had a clear idea of what I wanted to do. But then I saw Uma Musume and added a fucking Uma Musume minigame. And then I wanted to learn how QR codes work, and I added a QR code minigame. And now I've seen the Zenless thing, and I've added this as a minigame. But that's the nice thing about gacha games, I think. That's the one type of game where you sort of can get away with that a bit more. You can sort of offer a variety of things to do and, you know, weave them into the main game. But I think the issue with the Zenless Zone Zero when it first came out, like I said, I think as a hobbyist it's fine. But I think if you're actually fucking Hoyo or whatever, Kuro Games, and you're trying to make an actual live service gacha game that exists in the wild and is taking large amounts of money off people, I think you'd probably want to avoid feeling like, you know, it's 10 mini games all slapped on top of the main game just because, you know, and they don't really weave in together very well or fit. And I think that Zenless had that issue when it first came out. I feel like there was the slice of life stuff and there was the combat stuff, and the two didn't really mix together very well. But they're doing a much better job now lately with like weaving those systems together so they actually complement each other. And boy, what a difference. What a difference. I've been loving Zenless lately. I think Zenless is my favorite. Zenless is probably my favorite gacha game right now. They've done a really good job with it. I still don't think it's perfect, it's still got issues, but it's definitely going in the right direction. Like they've got like a farmable area now that you can just go in and explore, and it has like reset things in it, and that ties into the business management thing, because that's where you go and complete little side quests to get materials and things, and it's just like, oh, this is working really well together now. It feels really so much more well thought out and integrated. It's really, really good. Everything ties in with everything else, and it just feels really, really good. And of course, I'm loving the characters in Zenless right now. Freaking 3 in a row, right? Fufu, fucking Yuzuhu, and Alice. Like 3 of the best characters in the game, back to back to back. Loving it. So that helps as well, liking the characters. So yeah, I think they're nailing it right now. Alright, I'm going to leave it there for the stream. I'm going to keep working on this in fits and spurts, and I'll probably keep ambling along. Hopefully you can see how... I mean, I haven't showed too much of the coding side of things. We have a lot of code already. If you look at this little function, the system already has this many scripts. So we have Alliance controller, which is like the system controller. All this really does is link all the subsystems together. So this is how I access Alliance through system controller mainly. So I can say system Alliance, and then I can get any of these subclasses. That's mainly all this does. And then we have different class types. We've got Alliance material, which is the resource material to craft and make things with. Materials is just the parent class of that, so it adds all the child objects together and separates them by type. Same for product. Products that you sell price, craft effort, sell effort, product type, material A and amount, material B and amount, level that the material unlocks at. Products again is just a parent manager of those products. Progress, this is where the meat of it is. This is where this handles the player data and stuff. So this has most of your main stats as well. We've got XP, funds for the business, last sync time, last server reset time, because we're going to have daily goals and missions. List of all materials, list of all products, list of all workers, list of all tasks. That's just for debugging. Server save, server load. So progress is cloud saved, cloud synced. Add material, buy material, consume material, material quantity, add product, sell product, product quantity. Yeah, it's coming along quite nicely. Alliance task. So task type, the blueprint of the task itself. Alliance worker, which is the player's copy of a worker. Target units, how many units requested. Well, actually, we don't request units. They automatically calculate, just like in Zenless. So what we've done, we've got a script in here. This is a good script as well. So for crafting, we do some calculations and we look at the player's materials. We look at the recipe to see what the recipe of the item is. Then we look at the player's materials and we make a note of how many versions of this product could be crafted with infinite battery, and then we store that as a number. Wait, that's this isn't it. It's start quest. Where's start quest? Is that on progress? I think that might be on progress. Start quest is really fun. Yeah, start task. This is where we do that. Recipe requirements. Look at the worker stats and get the battery levels off the workers. And we essentially calculate what's the maximum quantity you could craft with materials and what's the maximum quantity you can craft on battery power. And then we just take the largest number, the smallest number, math F min, of max by battery, max by materials. And then we set a new task up. We create a new task from scratch and then send it to the task manager, which manages the task. It's great. And so just like in Zenless, when you click on a worker and you click a product, it'll just automatically find all this stuff for you and just start it off and make the maximum number of units that it can. It'll also tell you how long it's going to take to complete the task. We have effort blocks. So the way tasks work is you have an effort block. I'll just show you. So workers have a max battery. They have an amount of time it takes to complete one effort block. So this guy takes 20 seconds to complete one effort block. So what's an effort block? It's just a number that we keep counting for tasks, right? So a task might take 5 effort blocks to make a product. So then if it takes 5 effort blocks to make a product, then this work is going to take 20 times 5, right? Which is 100 seconds. So this worker would take 100 seconds to complete that product. So you'd get a number of products, whatever number of products that task yields, because it's not just one per task. You can have like whatever you want. Battery cost per block. So this worker consumes 3 of his battery on every time he completes an effort block, and his maximum battery is 1100. So it tells you his lifetime there. So he will run on his battery for 1 hour 28 minutes and 40 seconds uninterrupted. He will complete 266 effort blocks in his battery life, and his daily hire cost is 800. And you can find out what everybody else's is as well. I think this is really cool. An effort per minute is a good one. It shows how efficient they are, right? So Slackerbot completes 2 effort per minute. But if you go to like max workload, who's the most efficient bot in the game, he's 4 effort per minute. So the most efficient bot in the entire game is only twice as efficient. But that stacks up, right? That stacks up. He's only twice as efficient as the weakest bot in the game. But you've got to remember, these run offline, right? So these are like it's an idle game. So you set your bot up on Monday night. You log in on Tuesday night, and he's literally been running for 24 hours doing that. So if he's making twice as much stuff, then that's like twice the rewards. But yeah, I've tried to balance them so they're not too crazy, but you'll see their efficiency does vary quite a bit depending on the play style and what we're aiming for. And then we have a bot. So the casual bot is the first in each series there. So Rob Ripped Parts is the bot that runs the longest. So he runs for 23 hours and 50 minutes. He completes 3,300 effort blocks per lifetime. He costs 650 to hire. Why is he so cheap? I might need to change that. And his effort per minute is 2.3. He's a good little bot. I like him. He takes 26 seconds to complete an effort block, and his max battery is 3,600, and he only consumes 1 of his battery per effort block. So he's like the S rank version of the casual player's bot. Basically, he's the set it and forget it bot. So he's the one you'd want to use if you want to set it and forget it and then come back the next day. So yeah, I really like where this is going. This is super fun to make. But there is a lot of work that goes into it. But I only started making it yesterday, right? So I've spent 1.5 days on this, and already it's like looking pretty damn good. See, I'm starting to realize now. I always used to play Genshin Impact and stuff and think, oh my god, how do they do all these events and all these things in, like, you know, every 6 weeks or whatever? They've got something new for us. But today I realize, fuck that. I've made this in a day and a half, and I'm one guy. It's like the lazy bastards aren't giving us that much at all, really. And they'll have way better systems and way more experience than I've got. So, like, the guy who's sat there fucking putting the game together isn't going to be also making every single fucking button and every single background like I am. They'll have fucking UI designers who do all that. So, they'll separate the tasks out between them. So, yeah, actually, it's not that hard to pull off. It makes you realise how lazy and shitty the other gacha game companies are, because they really aren't fucking putting that much effort in at all. Because I don't think Hoyo are actually putting that as much effort in as I thought. Seeing how quickly I've been able to knock this together in 1.5 days, me on my own, first time ever doing it, makes me realise, you know what? These little events that we get in Genshin, they probably do it in an afternoon. They probably knock it up in an afternoon. But then, better than the companies that don't don't do anything like that. Like fucking looking at you, fucking what's that game again? The one that literally has nothing to fucking do in it. Rumamento White Shadows is just fucking sat there stagnating. It's still fucking making new costumes to sell, or like, do some fucking work. Give us some fucking content, you lazy bastards. Look what I've managed to achieve on my own in 1.5 days. Where's your passion? Where's your drive? Where's your fucking service? Bullshit. Yeah. So there you go. I'll leave it there. Stop rambling. But yeah, I'm having a ton of fun making this. I'm feeling a bit better now. Oh, shit, I've only taken one of my evil pills though. I've got to take 3 of those a day. I think it's 3 or 4. I probably should check actually. But yeah, this morning, god damn, that was rough. Nighttime and mornings are the worst because I think because I eat late on a night and it fucks your guts up. I think that's why. So I only eat once a day, especially while I'm taking these. But then that's your digestive system getting fucked by the medication. So it's like, I barely sleep on a night. And then all morning I'm just, oh my god. It's not good. Alright, I'll leave it there. See you next time. Bye.